Introduction, Volume 1 of Bungay Castle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Bungay Castle by Elizabeth Bonhote. Volume 1, Introduction. Castle building appears to have been the passion of all ages. While some have been raising their fabrics on the most solid and lasting foundations, others have been forming them in the air, where the structure has been erected with infinitely less trouble, as their own invention led them to wish, and very pleasant, no doubt, was the delusion of the moment. It is now the prevailing taste to read wonderful tales of wonderful castles, to recall them from the ages, and represent them as the novelist finds most suitable to the circumstances of his tale. In times like these, every book that serves to amuse the mind, and withdraw the attention from scenes of real distress without inflaming the passions, or corrupting the heart, must surely be as acceptable to the reader as it may have been found pleasant to the writer, and should exempt the latter from the severity of criticism. Under the influence of this opinion, the author of the following sheets has been tempted to send them into the world. She might indeed, to evade the danger of having her work condemned, pretend to have found it in some recess of her favourite ruins, or to have discovered it artfully concealed in the bottom of an old chest, in so defaced and mutilated a condition as to have rendered it a very difficult and laborious task to collect the fragments and modernize the language. But the writer of these pages has not been so fortunate, and had she attempted to assert so marvellous a circumstance, she could not have expected any miss of 15 would have been credulous enough to believe her. The thought of publishing a novel under the title given to these volumes has long been her intention, a thought which originated from her living within the distance of 20 yards from those venerable ruins, which still attract the attention of the stranger and the curious. Often in early youth she had climbed their loftiest summits, and listened with pleased and captivated attention to the unaccountable tales related by the old and superstitious, and considered as real by herself and her inexperienced companions. In one place, it was said, the ghost of an ancient warrior clad in armour took his nightly round to reconnoitre scenes endeared by many a tender claim. In another, a lovely female form had been seen to glide along, and was supposed to disappear on the very spot where it was imagined her lover had fallen a victim to the contentions of the times. Her face was like an April sky, dimmed by a scattering cloud. Her clay-cold lily hand, knee-high, held up her sable shroud. All these circumstances added strength to a romantic turn of mind, which acquired additional force from a love of reading the old romances, and this propensity for the marvellous was for some time indulged in the midst of scenes which afforded ample scope for the creative excursions of fancy. After having left her parental dwelling many years, she is again replaced in it by some of those changes which so frequently occur in the progress of human life, and has purchased the little spot of ground on which stands the principal part of all that now remains of Bungay Castle, and which, though a mere heap of unconnected ruins, are still so venerable as to excite, in the feeling and thoughtful mind, a sympathetic regret at the instability of human grandeur and the weakness of human strength. Among these ruins, once the property, and in all probability the temporary residence, of the noble house of Norfolk, cottages are now built and inhabited by many poor families, and those very walls, which perhaps sheltered royalty, are now the supporters of miserable hovels. Such are the awful effects of time, and the unaccountable revolutions it produces. But, were it in the author's power as much as it is her inclination, she would adorn their venerable remains with all the flowers of spring, and the tempting treasures of autumn should surround them. The jessamine and honeysuckle should clasp them in their embraces, and the tendrils of the vine and the fig tree should encircle and decorate them with their luscious sweets. She would, on the loftiest corner of their remains, build herself a little hut, in which she could sit and contemplate the variegated scenes around. She would reverse the order of things, and render them as lovely and beautiful in age as they were grand and magnificent before time had robbed them of those envied and valuable properties which it cannot restore. Being again in the habit of spending many leisure hours in this favourite spot, endeared to her for bringing to remembrance the enlivening scenes of youth, and, having opportunities to pursue her sedentary amusements, she determined to accomplish her design, seeing no reason why Bungay Castle should not be as good a foundation for the structure of a novel as any other edifice within or without the kingdom. But as so many ages are elapsed since this castle was reared, and since time and death have swept away with ruthless hand almost every vestige of what it once was, she has to lament, and so perhaps may her readers, that she was furnished for this employment with no other materials than the scanty portion her own imagination afforded. She has borrowed some real names, and she hopes the characters she has introduced will be found neither disgusting nor unnatural. But as Solomon so many centuries ago declared, there was nothing new under the sun, she cannot surely be condemned for not producing new characters, nor blamed if any contained in this work resemble those of the present day. And though, in the reigns of our first sovereigns, and many of their successors, the customs and manners of the people were somewhat different, she is convinced the world was in many instances just the same. The same virtues, vices, and passions degraded or ennobled human nature, and though delicacy, sensibility, and refinement might be less known, and not so frequently mentioned, they no doubt retained as proper and powerful an influence over the mind. Love, too, that invincible and all-subduing passion, implanted in the heart of man from the beginning of the world, was as generally known and acknowledged by the king and the peasant, the hero and the coward. This painfully leads to an observation which, while it is humiliating, has too much truth for its foundation to admit of dispute, that though the same vices which disgrace the present times were practised in the earliest ages, more pains were then taken to conceal them from public observation, and the conduct, of which the modern fine gentleman or avowed debauchee will now proudly boast, would then have been considered as sufficient to stamp the character with indelible infamy. By our unfashionable progenitors modesty was distinguished and admired as the most becoming ornament of woman. Adultery was punished, and seduction held in contempt. The artful betrayer of unsuspecting innocence was pointed at by the finger of derision, and the victim of baseness compelled to conceal her shame either in the shades of retirement or the seclusion of a nunnery. We may justly lament, if we are not permitted to condemn, that in this respect the present age is not quite so sensitive, and may shed the tear of regret at being so often forced to look down with pity, when we meet at almost every corner of our streets the unblushing front of degraded beauty, and our ears are shocked with the execrations of profligacy from lips that in early life had been taught to speak a language as pure as their own uncontaminated hearts. The author of these pages has not attempted to enter on the politics of the past or present times. Had she ever cherished such a design, the sentiments of one of the first and most interesting writers this age has produced would instantly have determined her to decline her intention; but she had ever thought that so heterogeneous a mixture was not likely to please the taste of many readers, and that a novel was never intended as a vehicle for politics, any farther than it was necessary for the elucidation of the story. Firmly attached to her king, perfectly satisfied with our laws and constitution, and grateful to Heaven for being permitted to live under so mild and just a government. In a country where freedom and plenty have hitherto taken their stations, and shed their most benign influence, she will ever remain contented to leave politics and the affairs of state to be settled by better, wiser, and more experienced heads. Gentle reader, we will now enter upon a story, of whose origin you are informed. If any, who sit down to read it, with minds tortured by mental or bodily diseases, should find a temporary relief from misery or languor, the author will consider it as a luxuriant reward for her employment. If, on the contrary, they should be disappointed or dissatisfied, she sincerely wishes they may meet a more agreeable entertainment from the next publication thrown in their way. To the reviewers she takes this opportunity of publicly making her acknowledgments for the liberality and candour they have invariably shown to her former publications, and though she has never had the satisfaction of being personally known to any one of them, she has for many years considered them as friends. End of Introduction. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Volume 1, Chapter 1 of Bungay Castle by Elizabeth Bonhote. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patty Cunningham. During the bloody period of the Barons' Wars, when civil discord threw her firebrands around to lay waste and make desolate the fertile plains and fruitful fields of this long envied country, when the widow mourned the husband torn from her embraces, and the orphan wandered friendless and unprotected, when brother waged war against brother, and the parent raised his arm to destroy the son he had reared and cherished, when every castle was kept in a state of the most guarded defence, lest it should be wrested from its owner by the ambition and enmity of his neighbour, then it was that Bungay Castle reared its proud towers and battlements aloft, while its massy walls stood in gloomy and majestic grandeur, as if they could bid defiance to every design formed against them by man, and to the more certain influence of all conquering time. So perfectly stupendous and strong was this once spacious edifice, it was not only an object of desire to the proud and aspiring barons, but, it has been said, even to contending kings. The noble and loyal lord of this castle, being called upon to fill some important office in the service of the state, appointed Sir Philip de Morney to be governor during his absence, and never had he shown the goodness of his heart and the excellence of his judgment more than in the delegation of his power and authority over so numerous a train of vassals and dependents to this his bosom friend. Sir Philip de Morney was a bold and hardy veteran. He was grown grey in the service of his king and country, brave in the field, just, merciful, and benevolent in his dealings with all his fellow creatures. Possessed of an abundant fortune, he accepted this important trust to oblige his friend, and promote the happiness of those to whom he knew he was attached. Fond of an active and useful life, he wished not to sink into indolence or obscurity till the infirmities of age should render him incapable of taking his share in the busy scenes of that important period, in which, though the pernicious doctrine of equality did not influence the minds of the vulgar against their lawful sovereign, or the rights of the subject, the ambition of the nobility, and the feuds and distraction of the contending parties, produced scenes of misery equally distressing, but happily not so extensive in their effects. Into Bungay Castle he removed with his whole family, and there for some years found that happiness he had vainly sought in more enlivening scenes, and there he tasted those serene and contented pleasures he had been unable to procure in the world, though formed to make a brilliant figure on its great stage. He had every endowment of the mind for the true enjoyment of domestic life, uniting with the most unshaken courage the gentlest philanthropy. He had married at the age of 35 a lady much younger than himself, by whom he had several children, and looked forward with the hope of being the parent of a more numerous offspring, while, like the patriarchs of old, he lived respected and revered in the bosom of his family. Ah, little did he suspect the revolution ambition would one day make in his mind. Lady de Morney was yet in the pride of life, her beauty unfaded, her spirits lively, and her mind in its full vigour. Her person was lovely, her disposition amiable, sweetness, modesty, truth, and fortitude were the inmates of her bosom, and gave additional graces to the ease and elegance of her manners. Strictly exemplary in performing the important duties of wife and mother, no complaints were heard where she presided, no looks of discontent were seen on the countenance of her dependents. Time was neither abused nor found a burden. Her whole study and attention were employed to promote the happiness of her husband, and to superintend the education of her children. For the latter employment no one was more adequate than herself, her own example serving more than precept to enforce the lessons of truth on the docile mind of youth. Her own gentleness made them happy, while her conduct convinced them of the value and dignity of virtue. She considered youth and innocence as the most valuable of earthly treasures, and she was not more anxious to preserve the one in all its native purity than to teach them how to enjoy the other with cheerfulness and gratitude. Having stored their minds with virtuous precepts best calculated to chain the attention, and which she hoped would lay the most solid foundation for securing their future happiness, she lived with her children in habits of the most soothing and perfect friendship, and very seldom was under the unpleasant necessity of assuming the stern authority of a dictatorial parent. But as no character on earth can be found without having some of the weakness and frailty of erring morality annexed to it, the author does not mean to present Lady de Morney to their view as being entirely faultless. She was vain of her high birth, being allied to nobility, and so partial to her eldest son that she could scarcely suffer him to be out of her sight. Yet her partiality originated from a circumstance so interesting and affecting to all who knew it, that, though it might by some be considered a weakness, it was by none but herself condemned as a fault. When her son was in his infancy she was seized with a fever of so malignant a nature as deprived her for some weeks of her senses. During this distressing period of her delirium, and in the absence of her nurse, she one day snatched the infant from the arms of a young woman, his attendant, and before any one was aware of her design, ran out of the house, and with almost incredible swiftness down a long gravel walk to the bottom of the garden, and threw him into a lake, by which it was bounded. By the fortunate and timely assistance of an old and faithful servant, who was luckily at work near the spot, and who had hastened to it on seeing his lady so unexpectedly make her appearance, the family were alarmed, and the child providentially, but with difficulty, saved. This incident, of which she was unguardedly informed, made so forcible an impression on the mind of this susceptible and affectionate parent, as she could not shake off. It created an additional claim upon her heart for every tender indulgence, and gave to every juvenile action and good quality redoubled value. He had in a manner been raised from death, rescued from a watery grave, into which her own, a mother's hand, had hurled him, and yet he loved her, as her fond and plaintive partiality led her often to imagine, better than the rest of her children. She would sometimes embrace this darling son, and, with all the enthusiasm of maternal tenderness, tremble at the horrid remembrance of having so nearly deprived him of an existence that added so much to the happiness of her own. To all her children Lady de Morney was an indulgent parent, but for Edwin she felt that indescribable fondness, which not only threw a veil over his failings, but robbed her of that fortitude and energy with which she had acted on all other occasions. So far from attempting to deny any request he made, it was her study to prevent his wishes. She would at times apologize to the rest of her children for the extreme affection nature had implanted, and which she could not help cherishing for their brother, but which she regretted as a weakness she was unable to conquer. This conduct served to reconcile the young people to a partiality which originated from so singular and awful an incident, and so far from showing either envy or regret, it seemed to endear their mother's favourite to their youthful and guileless hearts. Another circumstance, which equally helped to reconcile them, was the sweetness of Edwin's disposition, who as often availed himself of his mother's indulgence to gratify and make them happy, as he did to obtain any favours for himself. In a situation from which thousands of her sex and age would have shrunk disgusted and affrighted, Lady de Morney was cheerful and contented. The rooms were gothic and gloomy, but her husband and children enlivened every place they inhabited. She was at times surrounded by and exposed to dangers, but her beloved De Morney and his faithful people were ever near to protect and guard her. She was the wife of a noble soldier, and she had acquired a fortitude almost equal to his from the knowledge of his unfailing courage, which gained energy from danger, and redoubled ardour from difficulty. The castle itself could boast few internal beauties, but her children, whom she saw playful as youthful fawns and happy as health, innocence, and unbroken spirits could make them, were treasures inexhaustible. They beheld the rough implements of war without terror or dismay, instructed by their father to consider them as the only ornaments fitted for a soldier. The young De Morneys were taught the use of arms as soon as they had learned to walk. Seldom were the Gothic gates of the castle unbarred to admit the social friend or gay companion to the festive board. Seldom did the voice of mirth and jollity echo through the lofty rooms and vaulted passages, but a sweet serenity supplied their place, which, having lost during the absence of her husband, at an early period of her marriage, Lady de Morney now felt the full value of possessing, and though secluded from the gaudy pleasure of a court, she felt herself a gainer by the exchange in the balance of happiness. Lady de Morney had a sister, who was placed by the Lady Gundreda as superior in the nunnery of Bungay. With her she spent many of her leisure hours. Between them the tenderest friendship strengthened the endearing ties in which they were united by nature. The abbess was a pious, but yet she was a young and interesting woman, of a benevolent and placid disposition; and though she had voluntarily secluded herself from the world, she was not so much disgusted with its pleasures as she felt herself wounded by the severity of its disappointments. Early in life, death had deprived her of a lover who had engaged her most animated and ardent affection, and with whom she had indulged the fond hope of being united in the indissoluble bands of Hymen; but adverse fate had ordained it otherwise, and those virtues and good qualities which had made him inexpressibly dear to her rendered his loss the more exquisitely painful. With him the world lost all its power to charm, and she resolutely determined to fly that world for ever, and never to permit another lover to displace the sainted Henry from her heart. She therefore unreluctantly withdrew from the varying and busy scenes of life, not to avoid temptation, but to be able to indulge, in the gloomy shades of a nunnery, the memory of a man, whose worth and constancy she deemed no sacrifice too great. Time served to convince her of the wisdom of her choice, and, giving way to all the luxury of a pure but romantic imagination, she encouraged the consoling hope, that if her regretted Henry were permitted to know what was acting in this lower world, his spirit would be gratified by the purity of her choice, and his heart convinced of the unabating strength of her affection. She often flattered herself that her Henry was deputed to watch her conduct, and would be the first to convey her to the bright regions of immortality. Yet, though thus severely tried in the lessons of affliction, she troubled no one with a repetition of her sorrows; and, though she often wept in all the bitterness of anguish, her tears fell when no one observed them, and only to the ear of her sympathizing sister did she venture to mention a name so dear and so beloved. Young Edwin de Morney, whom we have already mentioned, was at this period in his 17th year, and, notwithstanding the unbounded indulgence of his mother, he had made a rapid proficiency in every part of his education. Nature had been equally liberal of her favours to his mind and person. His temper was good, his manners and conversation those of the gentleman and the scholar, and, with all the interesting gaiety and natural cheerfulness of youth, he united a benevolent and susceptible heart. His eldest sister, Roseline, was only 1 year younger than himself. Her form was small, but symmetry itself; every limb so nicely turned it would have been chosen by a statuary for the model of a Venus. Her face was beautiful in the extreme, her eyes expressive and sparkling, and the smile which shewed itself was of that irresistible kind as caught the attention and won the heart; and it would have been difficult for a connoisseur in beauty to point out which feature it was that had the greatest claim to admiration, while the unfading and fascinating beauties of her polished mind, which was stored with all the graces the best education could bestow, or the most lively genius acquire, rendered her conversation as delightful as her manners were captivating. She played on the lute, and warbled her artless song in strains so sweet as would have rivalled the daughters of Italy. Her heart, unwounded by the barbed thorn of affliction, and free from the entanglements of love, was like one of the first days of infant spring, which, enlivened by the bright rays of an unclouded and all-cheering sun, serves not only to revive, but to embellish the whole face of inanimate nature, just bursting into life, and rendering all its sweetly modest beauties of redoubled value to those who had lingered through a dreary winter, in eager expectation of its approach. Lively as the birds which hovered round the turrets of the castle, she entered gaily into all the youthful sports of her brothers and sisters. To the little blooming Edeliza she was particularly attached, and, though she saw her as beautiful as herself, felt neither envy nor regret in the reflection. No modish complaints filled her with imaginary terrors, and, as she had known no sorrows, she thought it not only incumbent on her to show her gratitude to heaven and her parents, but to soften by every benevolent attention in her power the miseries and misfortunes of others. In those days the education of young women was completed at a more early period than in the present, and, if the manners were not altogether so highly finished, or the mind so profusely decorated, or rather fettered with innumerable and too many useless accomplishments, the time was undoubtedly more rationally employed, and the fair sex less exposed to the allurements of flattery and the dangers of temptation. Though more retired in their habits and reserved in their manners, they were neither less susceptible of the tender passions, nor less fervent or sincere in their attachments. Roseline had formed an early friendship with a young lady educated in the Bungay nunnery, of which her aunt, fortunately for the young people, was the superior. This sweet victim of ambition was designed by a proud and haughty father for the monastic life, in order to enable him to provide more liberally for the rest of the children. She had not yet, however, entered on the year of her novitiate, but it was soon to commence, and at its awful close she was to bid a final adieu to that world to which her heart had of late become too tenderly and anxiously attached. As it approached, time seemed to wing its flight with redoubled rapidity, and she felt a trembling dread that her fortitude, like a false friend, would forsake her in the hour of trial, and a trembling presentiment that the moment which shut her from the society at the castle would exclude her from every prospect of happiness. Yet this repugnance to obey the will of her parents was new to her mind. She dared not investigate the cause too nicely, lest she should find a subject for self-condemnation. She found, with painful regret, a troublesome guest was admitted to her bosom, and she was afraid, in attempting to become more intimately acquainted with its prevailing influence, she should permit the stranger to gain greater ascendancy. The youthful Madeline, on her first entrance into the nunnery, had neither felt nor shown any discontent. She had assumed the formal and unbecoming habit without a sigh, and yielded to the rigid rules prescribed with uncomplaining resignation. But as time crept on with solemn and leaden pace, unrelieved by any of the innocent amusements of social life, only to repeat and bring forward the same dull round of gloomy and mortifying scenes, not only repugnant to the feelings of nature but disgusting to the senses, she began to think and to complain to the bosom of friendship that those fetters, put on by the rigid will of unfeeling parents, to be finally closed by the iron laws of bigotry and superstition, were unjust and galling, and the free-born soul of innocence and virtue drooped and pined beneath the sacred walls by which it was enclosed. How cruel to make religion a pretext for such persecution and misery, and to counteract the designs of the Creator, who never formed his creatures for seclusion from that world in which he had profusely strewn so many blessings for the enjoyment of rational and social beings. Roseline, by the urgency of her entreaties, frequently obtained leave of the abbess for Madeline de Glanville to visit at the castle. This favour was the more readily granted, from her having observed with real regret that some secret grief preyed on the mind of her young charge, which, though she could not help commiserating, she did not choose to mention. Those days, which the fair Madeline spent at the castle, were the happiest she had ever known. While there she was gay and cheerful as the youthful companions who studied to amuse and entertain her. The song, the dance, the lute, drove from her remembrance the gloomy nunnery in which she was condemned to waste and linger out her future life. Sir Philip and Lady de Morney treated her with the tenderness and indulgence of parents. The friendship and affection between her and Roseline was mutual and sincere. For Edwin she felt, as she innocently supposed, the fond regard of a sister. All the younger branches of the De Morney family rejoiced to see her, and gladly assisted in rendering her happy; and when the hour arrived for the unfortunate Madeline to return to the nunnery, whilst she observed with secret gratitude the gloom it threw on the countenances of her friends, it gave additional pangs to the feelings of her own heart. Her spirits instantly deserted her, and tears of unfeigned regret marked the sad moment of departure. When she re-entered her solitary cell, she would sink into a despondency which the austere rules of the order was not likely to conquer. The inhabitants of the castle and its environs were in themselves a little commonwealth, which contained a vast variety of characters. Men of different nations were met together, and by the unaccountable effects of accident, ambition, or necessity, brought into the same habits, and lived cordially together, serving one master; and, united by one cause and interest, the utmost harmony prevailed among them. For Sir Philip de Morney was a just and active governor, gentle as the lamb, and forgiving as mercy to the virtuous or injured, but a terror and a stern master to the traitor or oppressor, whether friend or foe. He knew the importance of his situation, and how much the happiness of others depended on the careful and faithful discharge of those duties belonging to his high station, and entrusted to him by his noble friend the Earl of Norfolk. He therefore wisely and justly determined not to be biassed nor misled either by the partiality or designs of other men, nor to suffer any prejudice to gain ascendancy over his mind in the rewards he bestowed, or the punishments which guilt would sometimes compel him to inflict. Chapter 2. Patty Cunningham. Volume 1, Chapter 2 of Bungay Castle by Elizabeth Bonhote. This recording is in the public domain. Patty Cunningham. In the middle of a cold and inclement winter's night, when the wind blew with uncontrollable force, and the snow, rain, and hail beat with fury against the window, every instant breaking some of the few panes which admitted a scanty light into the interior apartments, and threatened to demolish those of the state-rooms, while nature appeared to shudder at this unusual warring of the elements, the sentinels on guard were alarmed by a loud rapping at the western gate, and the rumbling of a carriage with the clattering of horses' hoofs was distinctly heard. For some moments the people stood irresolute. At length one of the soldiers roughly inquired who it was wanted admittance at so unseasonable an hour, when only treason or treachery could be suspected. A voice replied, "We are no traitors. We come with no hostile intentions, but have brought dispatches of the utmost importance to the governor, and must beg to be immediately admitted, as we are in danger of perishing from fatigue and the severity of the weather." This answer caused a general bustle. The governor was summoned, and the troops, lodged within the interior parts of the castle, ordered to arms before the gate was thrown open. Nor were the strangers permitted to enter till their number was ascertained, and the soldiers prepared to oppose them should they have any bad designs to accomplish by this strange and suspicious visit. But the alarm soon subsided, and the soldiers almost tempted to laugh at their own fears when they saw a carriage draw up to the gate guarded by about 20 men, out of which they took a person who appeared quite passive, and was so muffled up that, in the hurry which was made use of to convey him into the governor's apartment, it was impossible to discover either his age or person. The governor, after reading the dispatches, withdrew with the prisoner and 2 of the people who appeared to have the command and direction of this mysterious expedition. Refreshments were ordered for the travellers, and beds made up for them in the barracks, but the governor had a long conference with the gentlemen before they separated. In the middle of the following night they departed from the castle with as much secrecy and as little ceremony as they had entered it, no one appearing desirous to develop the cause which brought them, or daring to ask any questions of the governor, in whose power alone it rested to satisfy their inquiries, as at this time civil commotions and private feuds between the contending nobles were continually arising to disturb the peace of society, and involve the nation in accumulating distresses. This strange visit was not only silently observed, but in a few weeks scarcely recollected even by those who had witnessed it, and the guards, with only silent shrugs and significant looks, thought it fastest, wisest, and best to perform with exact attention the discharge of the respective duties. At this period of our tale, the joyous festival of Christmas was approaching, a festival which our old-fashioned forefathers welcomed with every mark of grateful and benevolent hospitality, and its arrival was beheld with as much complacent and cordial hilarity by the rich and great, as it was with delight and impatience by the poor and needy. While the holly and mistletoe decorated the kitchens, and the innocent joke went round, as the blushing maidens received the compliments and good wishes of the season, the loaded tables served still more to exhilarate their spirits, and even the stranger and the beggar were invited to taste the good things they enjoyed. The youthful inhabitants of the castle began to reckon with eager and high-raised expectation the days, the hours, and even the minutes which must pass away before the lovely Madeline, who had obtained permission of the abbess to spend the Christmas holidays at the castle, could join their party. Various plans of pleasure were formed, which they hoped would be productive of such amusements as would amply gratify their own wishes and those of their expected visitors. For Agnes de Clifford, who was a boarder in the nunnery, was to accompany Madeline, by whom and Roseline she was much beloved. She was a lively interesting girl, about Miss de Morney's age, and next Madeline held the highest place in her regard. In reality the young people at the castle were as much confined as those in the nunnery from any intercourse with the world, Sir Philip de Morney having a decided aversion to the introducing young people early into life; but by the urgent entreaties of his lady he was now prevailed upon to relax from the strictness he had observed respecting his elder children, 4 of whom felt a wish for a more enlarged society; and as their father had no design of placing any of them in a religious retirement, it began to be time for them to know something of that world in which, in all probability, they must take an active part. The holidays were spent in the utmost harmony. The festivity which reigned in every part of the castle seemed to have banished sorrow from its walls. The surgeon, captain, and lieutenants were all of their parties, and the evenings generally concluded with a dance. Their dependents were sometimes permitted to join the set, and the good priest, Father Anselm, who attended the castle, would gladly have been a partaker in their innocent amusements, had not the rigid rules of his sacred order forbidden such relaxations. A few days before the young ladies were to return to the nunnery, Madeline was taken ill, and her disorder increased so rapidly it was not only thought dangerous, but found impracticable to remove her with safety. For some weeks her life was despaired of, and when immediate danger was over, she was left in so weak and languid a state that air and exercise were pronounced absolutely necessary to effect a perfect recovery. This sentence was heard with secret delight by the suffering Madeline, as she was certain it would procure leave for her longer continuance at the castle, and the permission, when obtained, had more efficacy in restoring her than all the medicines she had taken during her illness. Edwin and Roseline, much as they had suffered from the alarming indisposition of their loved companion, rejoiced that it had been productive of an indulgence they had almost despaired of gaining. As the progress of her recovery was slow and precarious, many symptoms of a decline being visible, every one was eager and anxious to amuse the fair invalid, and none appeared more earnest in their endeavours than Hubert de Willows, captain of the guard, a young man whose wit, vivacity, and unceasing good humour had so strongly recommended him to the favour and protection of the governor as had obtained him constant invitation to his table. With a lively imagination, he had a turn for satire so pointed that, while it rendered him a most entertaining companion, kept many of his enemies in awe, and he had the merit of never showing his talents at the expense of a friend, nor any worthy character, but he considered vice and folly as fair game, against which he levelled his attacks. Arthur de Clavering, the acting surgeon, was allowed both judgment and humanity. The practice of physic and surgery was then but obscurely known, compared with the more enlightened practitioners of these days. De Clavering, however, patched up many a broken constitution. People lived as long, and had fewer diseases, than has been the lot of succeeding generations; but whether this is owing to chance or folly, I leave wiser heads to determine. Arthur de Clavering was rather an extraordinary character. His person was neither tall nor short, of a thin habit, had a countenance so pleasing, and eyes so penetrating, it was impossible not to be struck with him as something beyond the common race of mortals. He had been abroad, had read much, was acquainted with both men and manners, had a plain and rather awkward address. was singular in his expressions, and formed his opinions with a justness and rapidity that astonished those with whom he associated; told a number of good anecdotes with a delicacy and humour peculiar to himself; public places and general society he avoided so cautiously, that he was considered as a misanthrope by those who did not know him intimately. Lieutenant de Huntingfield was a humorous bachelor of 40. He professed himself an admirer of the ladies, and pretended to lament that the state of his finances would not permit him to take a wife to his bosom, and increase the ancient family of the de Huntingfields, which, he apprehended, if fortune proved averse to his accomplishing, would become extinct. Among the rest of the officers was a Cambrian youth, who was a general favourite in the castle. Hugh Camelford was gay, high-spirited, thoughtless, and extravagant, but withal so generous and good-humoured, it was impossible not to be pleased even with his eccentricities. He rode good horses, gave good dinners, and was always in good spirits. De Clavering and Hugh Camelford were the best friends in the world. The doctor, as he was generally called, had once, during some indisposition, advised him to be bled, but the fiery youth would neither follow his advice nor submit to his entreaties. He was then threatened with death for his obstinacy. "In Cot's cood time I am ready to die," said the invalid; "but if ever I lose one drop of my Welch blood put in the service of my country, may my good name be plaistered with the titles of poltroon and coward." He saved his Welch blood, and recovered, and De Clavering, though at first somewhat displeased, treated him as a friend and brother ever afterwards. There was a still more singular character in the castle than any yet described, Alexander Elwyn. He was placed there as a school for improvement in tactics, and all the relative duties of a soldier. He had good connections, and a genteel allowance, but was a miser at 20. This sordid humour made him the butt of the garrison, and De Willows, with the rest of the officers, vowed to laugh him out of a habit as disgusting as it was unnatural and unnecessary. In a few weeks Madeline was so far recovered as to be removed into one of the state apartments for the benefit of air. An adjoining room was likewise fitted up for Roseline, to sleep near her friend during her confinement. They generally parted from their attendants as soon as the rest of the family retired. Being one night earnestly chatting over some occurrence that had afforded them pleasure, they were alarmed by footsteps under their apartment, and a low murmuring sound of voices indistinctly reached their ears. Madeline was a good deal frightened, but Roseline, who had great presence of mind and more courage, made, or rather appeared to make, very light of the matter, telling her friend the rooms they occupied were, she knew, connected with some passages and offices belonging to the castle, and she doubted not but the noise proceeded from the people on duty. This in some degree abated the fears of Madeline, till after a profound silence of half an hour, they heard a deep groan, followed by the rattling of chains. At the same instant one of the windows flew open with the greatest violence, and as instantly closed again, which was followed by the bell at the corner of the room ringing violently. Madeline gave a faint scream. Roseline jumped out of bed and ran for some water, supposing she would have a fainting fit, but she gently put it aside, and with wild affright inquired what was the matter, and what could occasion the unaccountable noises they had heard. "The wind, and the people in some of the lower apartments, no doubt," replied her friend. "Therefore I beg you would not discompose yourself. If you do, you will compel me to disturb the family, and that, I am afraid, would displease my father; and in all probability Edwin would ridicule our childish fears, and the rest of the gentlemen would laugh at us." This silenced Madeline, and Roseline continued, "I am totally unacquainted with many parts of this castle. I have 2 or 3 times wished to explore its secret passages, look at the dungeons, and visit all its subterranean contrivances, but have been forbidden by my father. Edwin did once promise to show me how well we were secured from outward danger by the immense strength of the fortifications, and equally secure of a retreat should the castle be attacked, but he cautioned me not to give a hint of his design either to my father or mother, not to drop a word of his intentions before my brothers or sisters. Eager as I was to have my curiosity satisfied, your illness, my dear girl, and the pleasure we counted of partaking during our visit, drove it from my mind. But I will take the earliest opportunity of claiming my brother's promise." "Agreed," cried Roseline. "You and I, my dear Madeline, have yet seen too little of life to be weary of it, and I trust our hearts are both too guiltless to have any fears of those supernatural appearances, of which superstition and ignorance give such improbable accounts. Yet I have heard strange tales of this castle being haunted, even in the retired recess to which my adverse fate had in all probability doomed me to spend my hapless days, and—" "You are too much inclined to believe them," interrupted her friend. "But, my dear Madeline, be assured of this. If we had nothing more to fear from the living than we have to apprehend from the dead, we should be perfectly secure, and our lives would pass away in a more serene and placid manner than the turbulent wills of our fellow mortals will allow. Hark! I am sure I hear the soft and distant sound of a lute. I never yet knew a ghost that had a taste for mortal harmony." "I certainly hear music," sighed Madeline. "From what place can it proceed? Surely it must be the amusement, no doubt, of some one either on the ramparts or in the cells, for you have fluttered my spirits so much I cannot determine from what part of the castle the sound can reach us. Let us, however, rest satisfied that no ghosts would trouble themselves to play a midnight serenade in order to terrify those who could never have injured them. Let us wait till you are quite recovered before we mention a word of the occurrences of this night, for were my father to hear of our alarm, we should be instantly removed into other apartments, and should not then be able to accomplish our purpose of exploring the intricate recesses of this castle. Good night, Madeline. I hope the musician will not cease his harmony till he has lulled us to repose." She then jumped into her own bed, but her spirits were not altogether in that composed and courageous state she wished her friend to imagine. She had heard strange stories of lights being seen, of ghosts gliding along the ramparts, of noises being heard; but as she had not been told of a ghostly musician, she was inclined to hope it would, by some means or other, be explained to her satisfaction. Till the rising sun, however, peeped over the hills which bounded the view from her windows, she could not rest. She then sunk into repose, and slept so soundly that it was with difficulty her sister Edeliza could convince her that the family waited breakfast till she should be in humour to join them. Madeline took hers in bed. Roseline hurried on her clothes, and Lady de Morney tenderly inquired if indisposition had prevented her rising at her usual hour. Complaining of not having slept till late satisfied all parties, and after a gentle reproof from Sir Philip, and a joke from Edwin for hugging her pillow so long, the subject was dropped. The next day was fixed for Madeline to join the family at dinner for the first time since her long and alarming illness. De Clavering, De Willows, and Hugh Camelford were invited to be of the party on this joyous occasion, and it was with the utmost difficulty that Edwin de Morney could conceal the rapture he felt in his bosom at the thought of seeing the fair nun once more among them. He had ventured, with the consent of Roseline, to make her several stolen visits, and in those moments of rapturous delight had discovered that Madeline de Glanville reigned sole mistress of his heart. Too young for the practice of deceit, too sanguine and inexperienced to think of the consequence of loving one devoted to the service of her God, he flattered himself the partial indulgence of his mother would enable him to conquer any difficulties thrown in his way, whether by his father, or the designs Madeline's parents had formed for her future destination. He likewise cherished the sweet hope that Madeline would not be averse to accept him as a lover. His own heart had taught him to read the language of the eyes, and in hers he saw, or thought he saw, joy sparkle at his approach, and a soft sadness overcloud them at his departure. The party met at dinner. Madeline entered the room leaning on the supporting arm of Edwin, and followed by Roseline. Never, in the full bloom of youth and health, had the fair invalid looked so inexpressibly lovely. A faint blush tinged her cheek upon receiving the congratulations of the company on her recovery. The doctor humorously declared he was entitled to their thanks for the resurrection of their friend. "A resurrection, methinks, it is in reality," said De Willows, "for the mortal seems to have put on immortality, and to have brought down from heaven the beauty and form of an angel." "Hey day!" cried Sir Philip. Why, good people, you all seem to be taking vast pains to make my sweet nun believe a language you yourselves do not seem perfectly to understand. That we are all glad to see her restored to us, I hope and trust she believes. But our congratulations must convince her, notwithstanding your high-flown compliments, that she is a mere mortal, like the rest of her sex." "Not exactly like some of them," said the doctor; for if she were, De Willows would not look at her as if he had a mind to seize the precious morsel from Mother Church. This sally produced a hearty laugh from all but Edwin and Lady de Morney, who, seeing the conversation was becoming distressing to her young friend, summoned them to sit down to dinner. "In Cot's name," cried Camelford, "let us obey orders, for I feel myself all mortal at the sight of Sir Loin, who is as coot and entertaining a knight as any on this side the Welch mountains." "Excellent, faith!" exclaimed De Clavering; "and you look at him with as much pleasure as a goat would at a field of young grass, or as Edwin at his sister Roseline." Edwin at this moment was gazing at Madeline with an earnestness that struck the doctor, and he took this method of withdrawing his attention from an object which he considered might prove dangerous to the peace of his young friend, to whom he was most sincerely and affectionately attached. The day was spent with all that serene harmony which attends the society of friends. Madeline's return to the social party was like that of one having been so long absent that little hope was entertained of ever meeting again. She retired to her room at an early hour, accompanied by Roseline, and the progress of her recovery, though slow, was so visible, as in a few days to remove all anxious fears from every heart but that of the impassioned Edwin, that no further danger was to be apprehended from the effects of the fever. For more than a week the young ladies heard nothing to disturb them. They were lodged at a great distance from the rest of the family, and Roseline having informed her brother of Madeline's fears, he had requested his mother to let him sleep in that wing of the castle, lest Madeline should be taken ill in the night, and his sister under the necessity of leaving her to call assistance. His request was granted. At the same time he received his mother's commendations and thanks for this prudent precaution. Chapter 2. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Volume 1, Chapter 3 of Bungay Castle by Elizabeth Bonhote. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patty Cunningham. During the time that De Willows was cherishing an increasing affection for Madeline, the youthful Edeliza, now in the 16th year, was in a situation more distressing. She had long been accustomed to consider De Willows in the light of a playfellow, and to be gratified by his almost undivided attention, while to him hers was wholly confined. With Camelford she would sometimes romp if De Willows were absent, but as soon as he returned she would fly to him, and complain of the young lieutenant's having wearied her by playing too roughly. Love, even with the inexperienced, is generally quick-fighted. Edeliza had observed, with a kind of trembling apprehension, and a fear she knew not how to account for, the attentions De Willows paid to Madeline. She was angry, she was shocked, thought her not half so handsome as she once had been, and wondered what the gentleman could see to admire in so ghostly a figure. Her brother, De Clavering, Hugh Camelford, and Elwyn, might make as much fuss as they pleased about the beautiful nun, as they chose to call her. That De Willows should be so blind, so provoking, she could not bear to recollect. However, as she would soon be obliged to return to the nunnery, she hoped De Willows would then forget she had ever left it, and recover his senses. Thus was the little blind god, who had been the delight and the torment of all ages, beginning to play cross purposes at the castle, and aiming his arrows at hearts too innocent to guard against or repel their attacks. De Willows had ever admired Edeliza as a beautiful and interesting child. He had been in the habit of seeing her, from the time she was 10 years old, every day. Therefore her progress towards womanhood had passed in a manner unperceived, and he had indulged himself and his little favourite in the same fond and playful endearments as had taken place from the first of their meeting, and that without forming an idea of there being either danger or impropriety in so doing. Had any one informed De Willows that Edeliza was cherishing a growing affection for him, which, if unreturned, would endanger her future peace, he would have treated it as the idle chimera of their own whimsical brain; but, had he once seriously supposed he was destroying her happiness, and planting the thorn of anguish in her innocent bosom, his heart was so much the seat of true honour, he would have stabbed in his own breast rather than have acted unjustly by the daughter of his friend. It happened about this period that Sir Philip de Morney was obliged to go to London in order to settle a lawsuit which had been long depending, and which had harassed his mind very much. De Huntingfield was to take command of the castle during his absence, being the oldest officer in the place. De Willows, though of higher rank, was too young to be entrusted with a charge of so much importance, and gladly yielded the honour to one so much his superior in years. Sir Philip departed with reluctance, took leave of his family with tenderness, and promised to return the first moment after the affair was settled. Lady de Morney was reconciled to the temporary absence of her husband by the important business which had called him away. The young friends, having slept for several nights undisturbed, had almost lost all remembrance of their fears before the departure of Sir Philip, whose absence happened very opportunely to gratify their curiosity in visiting every part of the castle, Edwin having promised to procure the keys and accompany them. 2 nights after Sir Philip's departure, having spent a cheerful evening, they retired to rest in unusual good spirits, but were awakened about midnight by a war of the elements, and what made the scene more terrific, though it was in the depth of winter, the thunder rolled in tremendous peals over their heads, the sturdy walls of the castle appeared to shake from their centre to the battlements, and the lightning flashed upon the walls and gleamed along the vaulted passages, as if to make horror visible. The young ladies dressed themselves, and Edwin tapped at the door with a light, inviting them to go down into one of the lower rooms, to which he would accompany them. Cheered and revived by the sound of his voice, they readily agreed to his proposal, and in a few minutes opened the door to admit their conductor. They made as little noise as possible, fearful of disturbing Lady de Morney if she was not already alarmed by the tempest, and, to prevent the possibility of doing so, they agreed to go down a winding staircase that led through one of the towers, and which was seldom used by the family. They crept slowly along, when in one part of it, which was rather wider than the rest, they passed 4 steps, which led to a door in the wall, and which appeared so well secured by locks and bars, as if it was never intended to be opened. "For heaven's sake," whispered Roseline, "to what room does that door lead? I never saw it before." "I entreat you," said the trembling Madeline, "not to stop in this horrid place to ask questions, for the humid and unwholesome dews of night and noxious vapours hung on the walls. Though I am not afraid now Edwin is with us, yet I may take cold by staying here." Edwin pressed the hand which was resting on his arm to his throbbing bosom, and hurried them into the room the family had left, and they were all truly rejoiced to find an excellent fire still blazing on the wide extended hearth, round which they seated themselves, and neither Madeline nor Edwin uttered a single complaint at having been so unseasonably disturbed. The tempest, having spent its fury, subsided by degrees into a calm, and the party, entering into conversation, almost forgot it had ever been. Roseline, however, repeated her question respecting the door they had seen in their way down the staircase. Edwin assured her he knew no more than herself to what place it belonged. He had heard that the restless ghost of some one had been bound in the apartments to which it led, and that orders had been given for it never to be opened. He had once made some inquiries of his father, but was desired by him never to ask any questions till he came to years of maturity, nor to explore any of the secret passages or entrances to the castle. "Then surely," said Madeline, "it would be extremely wrong to disobey the commands of Sir Philip, merely to satisfy an idle and perhaps blamable curiosity." "At the moment," interrupted Edwin, "that I admire the complying sweetness of the gentle Madeline, I must beg pardon for retaining my own resolution of seeing those parts of the castle from which I have been so long secluded. I am now arrived at an age that surely deserves to be trusted, or I must be unfit to live in a situation like this. My father's reasons for the secrecy he has observed so long I am unacquainted with, but I will most assuredly avail myself of his absence to gratify my curiosity." I know where the keys are deposited, and in a night or two will begin my nocturnal search. If you and Roseline are in the humour to accompany me, it is well. If not, I shall certainly go by myself." "As that might be dangerous," said Roseline, who rejoiced to find him so resolute, "you must promise to take me along with you." To this he assented, and Madeline agreed, with some little confusion, to be of the party, concluding Sir Philip must be wrong in not granting his son's request. This matter settled, they retired for the rest of the night, to forget in the arms of sleep not only the castle and the nunnery, but the whole world. The next night they were surprised by an unusual noise, that seemed to be immediately under them. It appeared something like the rattling of a carriage over stones. Groans too they thought they heard, and after dressing themselves, Roseline called her brother to convince him their alarms were not the effects of imagination. He heard the same sounds, and in looking round their apartment and into an adjoining closet, he discovered a trap door, that was very curiously concealed under a board which slided over it. He attempted to lift it up, but found it was secured by a lock which was hid in a small projection of the wall. Finding it impossible to obtain a passage, they determined to defer their search till the succeeding night, when Edwin promised to secure the keys. He stayed with them till daylight dissipated their fears. They then retired to repose, but sleep deserted their pillows. 1,000 vague conjectures occupied their minds, and Madeline, for the first time in her life, wished herself absent from the castle. That there was something to discover appeared beyond a doubt, but whether the discovery would serve to relieve or increase their anxiety was as hazardous as it was uncertain. However, as Roseline and Edwin were resolute to make the attempt, she determined not to oppose them. Edwin revolved in his mind how he might be able to find some clue to guide him, and resolved to apply to an old soldier whose whole life had been spent in the castle to give him some account respecting it. He was fond of retracing past scenes, and, when once he began talking, knew not when to stop. From him Edwin learned all he wanted to be informed. By him he was told the use of the keys, and received every necessary direction. The old man, considering himself honoured by holding converse with the governor's son, told him every circumstance he knew or could recollect. The next day was spent in the same manner as usual. De Clavering was uncommonly facetious, De Willows particularly cheerful, Hugh Camelford entertaining, and De Huntingfield busy in the active duties of his important office. The afternoon being remarkably clear, mild, and serene, the whole party agreed to ascend to the top of the castle, and walk on the ramparts for the benefit of air and exercise. Edeliza would not quit the arm of De Willows, therefore Madeline was left uninterrupted to the care of Edwin. The air was reviving, the prospect picturesque and interesting, for, notwithstanding the season, nature had still beauties to catch the inquiring eye, and awaken the gratitude of innocent and cheerful hearts. A few evergreens, scattered here and there among the leafless trees, afforded shelter to innumerable birds. The redbreast warbled his artless song, surrounded by a number of chirping sparrows, who seemed gaily to flutter around, making a most uncommon bustle, which was occasioned by a shower that had lately fallen. "Confound these impertinent noisy little devils," said De Clavering. "I wish I had my gun, and I would most assuredly put an end to some of this clatter." "For shame, toctor!" cried Camelford. "What! would you tistroy such pretty harmless creatures as these? Rather save your ammunition for the enemies of your king. That would be coot sport indeed. Then, my man of mettle, we should be petter employed. But let the sparrow family lif, and enjoy their prating." "I believe you are nearly allied to that same family," replied the doctor, "and therefore I do not wonder at your being anxious to preserve your relations." "Petter not provoke me, toctor. I am in a valiant humour just now, and, as Cot shall bless me, I will not pocket an affront from any one." "Pack it up in your knapsack," replied the doctor dryly, "and say as our Saviour did when tempted, Get thee behind me, Satan; for really, Hugh, I often think the devil has jumped into your skull, and by kicking about your brains has made you so hot-headed." "Then the best thing I can do," replied Camelford, would be to put myself under your direction to lay this same tevil, and by the time you had trained me of all my Welch blood, he would leave my lifeless carcass to be poiled for your improvement. But avaunt, thou cataplasm of cataplasms! I defy thy incantations, plisters, and pleadings." "I believe the young dog will live the longer," cried the doctor, addressing De Willows; "but who among us will deny or defy the sweet influence of these lilies and roses that are now blooming around us?" "I do not pretend to any such philosophic apathy," replied De Willows. "If you did, your looks would betray you," retorted Edwin. "To deny the united influence of love and beauty is not the province of a soldier." "Do all soldiers admire beauty and fall in love?" inquired the artless Edeliza, looking earnestly at De Willows. "I believe so, my sweet little girl," he answered. "Love and death are alike inevitable." "But not equally dangerous," said the laughing Roseline; "for I never heard of any one dying of the wounds given by the little blind god, though thousands fall victims to the more certain arrows sent from the furnace of war." "By the great cot," said Camelford, "I had rather tie by the wounds of a pair of pright eyes than by those of a cannon, loaded by the hands of an ugly tog, who, like a putcher, delights in flood." "More fool you," replied De Clavering. "The death in the one case would be glorious and instantaneous, in the other foolish and lingering." "Unless I applied to a toctor to put me out of my misery, and then I should get rid of it in a trice." "A truce with your compliments, good folks," said Roseline. "Suppose we endeavour to reconcile ourselves to the world and all its strange vagaries by a dance in the great hall." This proposal met with general approbation. To the great hall they descended, and, surrounded by the rusty armour of their hardy forefathers, they enjoyed in the mazy windings of the lively dance a pleasure as innocent as it was amusing, Lady de Morney herself being a gratified spectator of the scene. The hall was decorated, if we may use the term, with a vast number of suits of armour belonging to the family of Norfolk. One, more light and higher finished than the rest, appeared to have belonged to a youth of Edwin's size. He was prevailed on to fit it, and, armed cap a pie, strutted about in bold defiance, and threw down his gauntlet, daring any one to single combat who should deny the palm of beauty being due the lady he should name. "Suppose I threw down my glove," said De Willows. "You would soon take it up again," replied Edwin, somewhat scornfully, "as I fancy our taste in beauty to be the same." De Willows coloured, Madeline appeared uneasy, and Edeliza declared armour was the most frightful dress she ever saw, while the younger part of the family jumped round their brother, and with eagerness made many inquiries concerning the use of every part of his dress, and requested their mother to let them wear some of the nodding plumes which hung in lofty state around them. In the course of the evening Edwin gave Madeline a hint to retire early to her chamber, having obtained possession of the keys, and gained such directions as could not fail to satisfy their curiosity and guide them in their researches. Madeline silently acquiesced, and imparted with trembling impatience the tidings to her friend. She was thoughtful and absent the rest of the evening, and availed herself of the earliest opportunity of withdrawing to her chamber. Roseline very soon followed her, and, as soon as the family had retired to rest, Edwin stole gently to their apartment. They had anxiously expected his arrival, and therefore gave him immediate admittance. Roseline rejoiced at seeing her brother, and eagerly inquired if he was sure that he had the keys that would enable them to proceed. He then produced a most enormous bunch, with a dark lantern, which was to guide them through the intricate labyrinths of the castle, and advised Madeline and his sister to guard against the damps of the passages they had to go through, and to arm themselves with their whole stock of resolution, lest their terror should betray him. Roseline assured him her fears were conquered by her strong desire to explore the secrets of their habitation, and Madeline promised not to let her apprehensions impede their progress. Edwin lighted his candle, and with some difficulty unfastened the trap door he had discovered in their closet; but, on opening it, a kind of noxious vapour ascended that almost tempted them to give up their design. A flight of broken brick steps, of amazing depth, carried them into a narrow winding passage, in which it was impossible for more than one person to move forward at once. Madeline caught hold of Edwin's coat, and Roseline followed her with a lighted candle in her hand. For some time they groped along, frequently stumbling over the stones which had fallen from the mouldering walls, and trembling lest this passage should lead them into danger. Edwin frequently stopped to encourage them to go on, assuring them they had nothing to apprehend. By degrees the path widened, and, on suddenly turning, they entered a kind of square, round which were several doors, but so low, they did not seem made to admit men but dwarfs. Going up to one of them, Edwin pushed it open with his foot, and he was convinced they were the dungeons in which the prisoners of war were confined. Some contained only bedsteads, iron rings, and fetters. In one of them they saw a human skull. In another was a coffin, which appeared to have stood there for ages, and with its silent inhabitant was falling to decay. They proceeded till they came to a door which was so thickly studded over with nails, bolts, bars, and locks, this it impeded their farther progress. Edwin would fain have attempted to open it, but was prevented by his shivering and terrified companions. "Brother," cried Roseline, "we have seen quite enough to satisfy us for one night." "Another time, Edwin," added Madeline, "I shall feel less repugnance to proceed. But how do you know that door does not lead to some apartment where the restless spirit of another discontented ghost may be confined by some potent spell, till released by the intrusion of beings who now wander amid the glooming scenes of life as he once did?" "No such thing," replied the intrepid and resolute Edwin. "That door is an entrance to a subterraneous passage, which leads from the castle to Mettingham, merely to give entrance to troops in case of emergency, or to cover the retreat of others that may want to escape. But as it has not been used either for the one purpose or the other since my father resided here," said Roseline, "it may now be a shelter for thieves and traitors. Therefore, for heaven's sake, let us now return to our apartment." Edwin, whose disposition was as amiable as his manners and person were captivating, no longer contended with their wishes, but led the way for them as he had done before, and, as he was a fine tall youth, was obliged to stoop as he went along. Just as they came near the foot of the steps which led to their apartment, they saw, or thought they saw, a faint light gleam across a passage which led to another part of these gloomy habitations, and they imagined they perceived the figure of some one disappear at their approach. This alarmed the whole group, and they hurried up the stairs as hastily as their fears would let them. Having cautiously fastened the trap door, they sat down to recover themselves, and recollected with a degree of horror and disgust the gloomy scenes they had visited. But the light, and the figure they had all caught a transient view of, dwelt most forcibly on their minds. Madeline declared she should never have sufficient resolution to revisit these abodes of terror contrived by the stern hands of despotism and ambition. "When we think, as we surely may," said she, "with some degree of certainty, how many poor souls have languished out a life of misery in these gloomy cells, can we wonder if they are haunted by all they have entombed? Shut out not only from the world, but from every comfort, nature too recoils and shudders at the cruelties that may have been practised on the poor victims thus buried in the bowels of the earth." "All this may be very true, my sweet Madeline," interrupted Edwin, "but I am determined to revisit them. Perhaps some poor sufferers may still remain in the castle. If so, it would be delightful to soften the rigours of their fate." "True, my dear brother," cried Roseline, her eyes illumined with the soft beams of genuine benevolence and philanthropy. "I will certainly attend you." "To quiet the fears of our lovely friend," said Edwin, "I will request old Bertrand, who has lived in this castle from the time we came into it, to accompany and direct us in our search after misery. I am told too," he added, "there is a passage which leads from the castle into the chapel of your nunnery. If I can find it out, I shall certainly pay you a visit, and steal you from your cell; for, my dear Madeline, whatever may be the truth and the virtues of our holy religion, it is doubtless one of its abuses to shut from the world those lovely works of the creation best calculated to enliven and adorn it. Can it be deemed a greater crime to doom a worthless, or suppose I say, an innocent man, to languish in a dungeon, than it is to compel an unfortunate female to waste her days in the austere walls of a nunnery, kneel to the unfeeling image of a saint, watch the midnight lamp, seclude herself from all social enjoyments, and linger through life in solitary sadness without a friend or a lover to cheer her on her way? "Hush, for heaven's sake," said the frightened Madeline. "If Father Anselm heard you talk thus lightly and profanely of our holy religion, I should be for ever debarred seeing you and Roseline again, for life shut out from the world, and compelled to take the veil." "Never, by heaven!" cried Edwin, thrown entirely off his guard by the tender confusion and agitation of Madeline. "You shall take no vows but such as love and nature dictate. I would perish 1,000 times, lose 1,000 lives, to preserve you from a fate that would not only make you wretched, but me for ever miserable. Roseline has long known that you are dear to my heart. Say, ease me of the torturing suspense I this moment feel. Do you not find an advocate in your bosom that will plead my cause?" Madeline trembled violently. Her eyes were bent to the ground. She would have fallen, had not Roseline flown to support her. She attempted to speak, but the words died away inarticulately. "I see how it is," cried Edwin impassionately. "The happy De Willows has gained by his attentions what I have lost by disgusting you with mine. You hate, you despise me. I will solicit my father to let me join the army. I will for ever remove this detested object from your sight, and pray that the portion of happiness I have lost may be redoubled to you." Madeline, alarmed by the energy of this speech, was instantly roused from the languor into which she had sunk. "I hate no one," she said softly; "but, Edwin, you forget it would be a crime in me to love, if indeed that had not been the case. If I were at liberty—" "You would bless the happy De Willows with your hand." "Never. De Willows I regard as a friend. As anything more I never did, never could think of him. I am, you know, banished from all intercourse with the world. My sentence has been long pronounced. From that sentence there can be no appeal. Would to heaven I had submitted to it, and never quitted the retreat to which parental authority consigned me. At this painful moment my own feelings inflict my punishment." "Then you do not hate me?" cried Edwin, taking her hand. "Only say I am not quite indifferent to you, and I will endeavour to rest satisfied, and ask no more, trusting that time may do much in my favour. But if you attempt to deprive me of all hope, if you deny me this innocent gratification, I will go to the wars." "Ah, why will you press me to discover what it would be better to conceal? Why will you tempt me to swerve from my duty to God and my parents, and make me a perjured and unworthy sacrifice? You have, I fear, taught my heart a lesson it ought never to have learned, but it must be the hard task of my future life to atone for the crime I have committed in having suffered a mortal to rival that God, who alone should have occupied all my thoughts and wishes." Edwin threw himself at the feet of Madeline. His raptures were now as unbounded as the conflict had been severe, and not till she sunk fainting into the arms of her friend could he be persuaded to quit their apartment. Happy was it for the party that Roseline had not only a greater share of prudence and understanding than most of her sex, but likewise more fortitude than is usually their portion. She soon recovered. Her friend soothed her into some degree of composure, and endeavoured to inspire her with hopes that some plan might be adopted which would remove those difficulties that threatened to divide two hearts love had united, and which appeared formed by nature to make each other happy. Roseline well knew her father would not only be displeased, but shocked if he discovered this unfortunate attachment, and she blamed herself for having been the innocent cause of involving two people so dear to her in such a hopeless scene of complicated distress. Notwithstanding the agonizing conflicts which had attended the eclaircissement, the lovers felt a heavy burden removed from their hearts. Convinced of being mutually beloved, all other sorrows, all other trials appeared light and trivial. They sunk into a more sweet and peaceful slumber than they had long enjoyed, dreamed of each other, and arose the next morning with renovated spirits and revived hopes. Madeline wished the hour was arrived. They were to renew their midnight ramble, and thought, if she should meet 1,000 ghosts, she should not fear them, while Edwin, who loved her so tenderly and sincerely, was near to guard her. She was eager too, but scarcely durst acknowledge to herself she wished the passage might be found which led to the chapel in her nunnery. Chapter 3. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Volume 1, Chapter 4 of Bungay Castle by Elizabeth Bonhote. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patty Cunningham. If there be any so fastidious and unfeeling as to condemn and deprecate the romantic hopes and flattering visions cherished in the buoyant bosom of 19, I am sorry for them, and here avow I wish never entirely to forget the fascinating pleasure of such air-built hopes. Should they be sometimes attended with danger to the weak and frail, they are likewise accompanied with their advantages to the good and virtuous, and often enable us to encounter trials with a resolution and fortitude, which, at a more advanced period of our lives, when time has weakened our bodily frame, and experience deprived us of those gay illusions, we find it difficult and painful to acquire. The philosophy of 19, though not abstruse, is flattering and conclusive, so much the more valuable, for after all the researches of philosophy, what are we taught to know, but that man is born to trouble as the sparks fly upwards; that we are merely the pilgrims and passengers of a day; that our resting place must be found in a better, an unknown world; that we must encounter innumerable trials on our journey, and at last die and be forgotten even by those for whom we have toiled, and to whom we are most tenderly attached. Surely then we may be allowed to snatch or steal a few of those innocent enjoyments just thrown in our way, to encourage our fortitude, and clear our path from some of the briars and thorns with which it is so profusely planted. Happy is it for those in the common walks of life, that all their stock of philosophy is comprised in a few words, acquired without study, and retained without taxing their time or burdening their memory. It was my fate. I could not run from it. It was to be. These trite sentences reconcile them to many distressing events, and sometimes are their excuse for the frailties of their conduct. When the parties met at breakfast the next morning, any careful observer might have discovered by the confusion visible on the countenance of Madeline, the constraint in her manner of addressing Edwin, his more than usual vivacity, and the pale cheeks and swelled eyes of Roseline, that something had occurred to produce the change; but suspicion not being a frequent guest at the castle, no such discovery was made. Every one employed themselves as usual, and in a few hours universal cheerfulness seemed to prevail. The only observations made by Lady de Morney were, that her dear Edwin looked remarkably well, was in charming spirits, and had dressed himself better and more becomingly than usual. Madeline coloured, and thought the same. Roseline smiled, and Edwin whispered something in the ear of Madeline that prevented the roses fading on her cheek. The dress of Madeline, though to her particularly becoming, would to thousands have been totally the reverse. It was the dress of the order of Benedictines to which she belonged, consisting of a black robe, with a scapulary of the same. Under the robe, nuns, when professed, wore a tunic of white undyed wool, and, when they went to the choir, they had a cowl like that worn by the monks; but the boarders, who were in what we may call a state of probation, were allowed to wear a tunic of muslin or cambric, and covered their heads with a white veil. This dress, little suited to please the whimsical taste of the present time, was, strange as it may appear, simple and becoming, and proved the truth of the poet's observation, that loveliness needs not the foreign aid of adornment, but is, when unadorned, adorned the most. Madeline, in the habit of her order, was so captivating a figure, that no one ever thought any alteration or change in it could have added a charm to those bestowed on her by the partial hand of nature. She was tall, and elegantly formed. The expression of her countenance blended with softness and dignity, conveying an idea of superior virtue being united to superior loveliness. Just before dinner the doctor observed that Madeline looked pale. Having felt her pulse, he inquired what had given them cause to beat so much out of time. "I must examine into this matter," he said archly. "They are galloping along at a strange rate. Either the head or the heart must occasion this revolution in the system of my patient's usual habit. If it be the disease of the heart, I must resign my place to a more able practitioner. Do not blush, my fair nun, but tell me whom you would have called in." "I am perfectly satisfied with your advice, my good doctor, and at this time believe I want a cook more than a physician. Therefore excuse me if I say you entirely misunderstand my case." "Don't be too positive, (said De Clavering,) of my ignorance. You may safely trust me with all your complaints, even with those of the heart, for I feel myself extremely interested that you should not return to the nunnery with any additional one added to those you so unfortunately brought away." "Ah, (said Madeline,) mentally advice is now too late. I shall carry back with me a more corroding, a more painful complaint than any I ever knew before. Yet, strange as it is, I would not be cured for the world, as my being so would wound Edwin de Morney." Only Camelford was present when this little badinage passed between the doctor and his patient. He advised the former to lay aside his wig, and take up the cowl, as the most certain method of discovering the truth. "For though the ladies," he added, "will not tell all they think to you or I, they will not attempt to deceive their cot." "If I thought putting on a cowl would transform me to a god, (said De Clavering,) I would soon hazard the transformation, and then I would place a shield before the heart of every fair daughter of Britain, that should have the property of a talisman, to warn them against the designs and insidious attention of young men 6 feet high, with sparkling eyes, auburn hair, teeth of ivory, handsome legs, and white hands." Madeline knew the portrait, and, rising to conceal her blushes, ran hastily out of the room. Hugh Camelford burst into a violent fit of laughter, and told the doctor, "So far from being thought a cot, the young lady certainly took him for the tevil, having discovered his spells and clofen foot, or perhaps for Tafy ap Jones, who, after trying for luff, was thrown into the Red Sea, and had haunted all luff-sick maidens ever since, poor discontented tyfe." "And that will be your fate, Hugh, (retorted the doctor,) unless you send home the Welch lass whom you betrayed and then left to starve with your son, a fat chubby boy, very like his father." "As I hope to escape the toctor and tamnation," said the indignant Hugh, "I never petrayed a lass in my whole life; therefore, you cataplasm, you plister, you caustic of fire, pring no such scandals on the coot name of Camelford, lest I take a little of your carnivorous blood, and make you drink it." The doctor stole off laughing, and Camelford soon recovered his good humour. A dance was proposed for the evening, and readily agreed to by the young people, who determined to make the time pass as cheerfully as possible during the absence of Sir Philip and the visit of Madeline. In those days dancing was the favourite amusement of the youth of both sexes. Rich and poor, young and old, one with another, mixed in the animating dance. Complaints of weariness and fatigue were seldom heard. This exercise was not only favourable to health, but the roses it produced on the glowing cheek of youth rendered all application to the borrowed ones of art totally unnecessary. Rouge was then unknown, and no warren existed to abolish old women by giving the furrowed features of age an unfading bloom. The plain jacket, with a small quantity of ribbon bound round a cambric cap, were then thought becoming, and few ornaments were worn but on very important and particular occasions. Yet beauty was equally admired. The same homage was paid to it, and it held in bondage as many captives, without the adventitious aid of deception and extravagance. Another preservative of youth and health was their keeping better, that is earlier, hours. Night was night, and dedicated to its original purpose. day was properly divided, and found of sufficient length for all the useful employments of life. Few young ladies but had seen the sun rise in all its glory, and found their hearts expanded by the grand and awful sight; and, while they welcomed its reviving rays from the portals of the east, it tended to raise their minds to that God who made the sun, and who alone could number the stars by which it was surrounded. A fine moonlit evening seldom passed unnoticed by these aspiring worthies, eager after knowledge; for, having happily fewer amusements, they had more time to attend to the instructive beauties of nature, the study of which affords an inexhaustible source of pleasure and surprise. Fearless of their complexions, they not only rambled but worked in their gardens. Each had a little spot of ground marked out, and it soon produced the desired effect. Every one was emulous to outshine the other in its cultivation, and Sir Philip or Lady de Morney were often called upon as arbitrators to decide the superior beauty of a rose, the size of a carnation, or the snowy tints of a lily. De Clavering had told them, that, under their feet, they often trampled on plants, in the careful study of which might be found a cure for every disease incident to the climate they inhabited, and that in other climates the earth produced her treasures for the same benevolent purpose; but the careless inattention of mankind to this useful knowledge had rendered the profession of physic absolutely necessary, and given men of learning and genius an opportunity of displaying their talents in preserving the lives of their fellow creatures. In consequence of these hints, all kinds of herbs were planted, and their virtues put to the test by being applied to relieve the diseases of their poor neighbours; and never did a high bred town belle, at making a conquest, or a hero after obtaining a signal victory, exult more or feel greater delight than the having effected a cure produced in the minds of these young practitioners. De Clavering was gratified in giving them all the intelligence they requested, very often inquired when they went their rounds to visit their patients, and offered them his physical wig to give them consequence. In those days people lived much longer in the same number of years. To rise between 5 and 6 o'clock, and breakfast at 7, was their usual custom, the time of taking their meals differing as much as their antique habits. Dinner was constantly on the table between 11 and 12, and supper regularly served at 7. Tea was then but little used. Whether the introduction of that bewitching beverage had been followed by the long catalogue of evils laid to its charge, I am not able to determine; but, as I have known many weak constitutions who have never felt any ill effects from taking it, I am inclined to think it has not such dangerous properties as are alleged against it by valetudinarians and their medical advisers. But what would the antediluvian souls, who compose my dramatis personae, say to the innovations made upon time in these days of delicate and fashionable refinement? They would suppose the world turned topsy-turvy, and be puzzled to know why the afternoon should be discarded, and what part of the 24 hours to call night. The periodical times of taking refreshment are quite different to what they formerly were, and contradictory to the practice of our ancestors, who hoarded their time, and considered it as a treasure of some value. We may now literally be said to turn day into night, and night into day, while the want of time is the source of general complaint. Our people of fashion, and many of no fashion at all, breakfast at 3 in the afternoon, dine at 7, sip their tea at 11 o'clock at night, and sup at 4 in the morning; whereas Queen Elizabeth breakfasted at 5 or 6 in the morning, and dined at 11 in the forenoon. She and all her court went to bed with the sun in summer, and at 8 or 9 o'clock in winter. The Parliament, in the reign of Charles I, went to prayers at 5 or 6 in the morning, and the king dined at 12; nay, in the licentious reign of that merry monarch his son, dinner at 2 was thought a very late hour, for all public diversions were at an end by 6 in the evening, and the ladies, after seeing a play, went in their carriages to Hyde Park. Whether it would not be greatly to the advantage of people in general to revive some old customs, and return to the prudent habits of our progenitors, will not admit of much dispute. Private families, in these expensive times, would undoubtedly be benefited. Morning would again become a theme for the poet, and poor daylight be brought into fashion. Our parliament too would find more time to transact the important business of the nation, on which they so eloquently harangue. Possibly a good dinner would add weight to their arguments, and the not being hungry would prevent their eagerness to adjourn. But one of its greatest evils, after that above mentioned, is felt by servants, particularly the unhappy cook. She seldom sees the face of day, never enjoys the enlivening rays of the sun, and can scarcely find time even to change her clothes till the night is too far advanced to render the change necessary. It was formerly the custom for people to walk after tea, and by doing so acquire a redoubled relish for the variegated beauties of nature. But now the table makes its appearance at so unseasonable an hour, and fashionable etiquette, with the love of good cheer, detains them so long, that in fact it appears the chief business of life is to study every art and contrivance how to destroy and squander, not how to improve our time. And instead of people's eating that they may live, they now live only to eat and drink, that the senses, I presume, may be disabled from torturing them with reproaches. But to return to our tale. In the evening, as Edeliza was going down the dance, her eyes, with those of Madeline, were attracted by the same object. A plume of white feathers placed on a suit of armour nodded, and the armour moved. This had such an effect, Madeline screamed, and Edeliza, throwing herself into the arms of De Willows, begged he would protect her from the ghost. The dancing stopped, the whole party was alarmed, and Lady de Morney very much surprised; but, on being informed what had occasioned the bustle, Hugh Camelford flew to discover its cause, and, jumping upon a long table which was placed by the side of the room for the accommodation of large parties on any particular occasion, he, without much ceremony, caught hold of the haunted armour, when, to the astonishment of the whole company, there instantly appeared, gentle reader, be not alarmed, not the ghost of a murdered hero, nor forsaken maid, but the youngest daughter of Sir Philip de Morney, who, skipping from her concealment upon the table, and from thence to the floor, shook her head, decorated with a profusion of flaxen hair which curled in natural ringlets, and laughed heartily at the fright she had occasioned. "Of all the coasts I ever saw, (said the delighted Hugh, catching her up in his arms,) this is by much the prettiest and most entertaining. I should like to be haunted by such an one all the tays of my life." Lady de Morney called the little culprit, and, having severely reproved her, ordered her to bed, to which she had been sent before the party had begun dancing, for some fault she had committed, but had persuaded one of the servants to place her as before described, that she might be a spectator, though she was not permitted to be a partaker in the amusement. Lady de Morney reprimanded the servant, and, had it not been for the general intercession of the company, poor Bertha would have been a prisoner in her own apartment some days. The incident, simple in itself, happened very unfortunately for the two ladies who had agreed to accompany Edwin in his subterranean tour. They lingered till the last moment, and then withdrew with visible reluctance, but determined, as soon as they reached their own room, not to say a word to Edwin of their fears, as they knew it would expose them to ridicule, if not to censure, and there was not in the catalogue of human ills or evils any circumstance Madeline would so much have dreaded as being thought meanly of by Edwin de Morney. Within little more than an hour after the family had withdrawn, all the servants retired to rest, they were joined by the sanguine and spirited Edwin, accompanied by the ancient veteran, who, though loaded with the heavy burden of 80 years, was still active and hearty, his senses unimpaired, and his sturdy limbs still able to carry with firmness their accustomed load. His grey locks hung with silvered dignity upon his aged shoulders, and his eye retained some of their former expression. He made a profound obeisance to the ladies on his entrance, and was received with that condescending affability which his years and long-tried faithfulness demanded. Edwin's manner of introducing him flattered the old man's remaining stock of vanity, and revived in full force the remembrance of his former exploits, which, though they had not procured him preferment, secured him attention and respect. "This is my friend Bertrand," said Edwin, addressing Madeline particularly on his entrance. "Though you had some fears with only such a stripling as myself for a leader, you can have none with so experienced and brave a guide." The old man listened with delighted attention to this eulogium from the lips of his dear young master, whom he had so often dandled on his knee, whom he had been so fortunate as to snatch from a watery grave, and for whom he retained a stronger affection than for any other being on earth. Sir Philip had long maintained him in ease and comfort, and excused him from every employment but such as tended to the preservation of his health. Both the ladies held out their hands, which he respectfully kissed, and prayed that heaven might bless and reward them for their kindness to their old but grateful servant. "Now the ceremony of introducing you into the bedchamber of these fair ladies is over, 'tis time for us to think of proceeding, my old friend, (said Edwin.) If you will assist me in unfastening the trap door, we will procure lights, and, putting ourselves under your direction, follow wherever you are disposed to lead us." Chapter 5 of Bungay Castle by Elizabeth Bonhote. This recording is in the public domain. It was the intention of Bertrand to open the door of the subterranean passage, which communicated with Mettingham Castle; but before they proceeded far something rushed past them several times. It was rapid, and their candle threw so feeble a light on the walls which surrounded them, that they could not discover what it was. They hurried on till they came to the square leading to the dungeons, when their attention was arrested, and their fears increased, by the barking of a dog. They hesitated, looked with astonishment at each other, and stopped, as if irresolute whether to return or proceed. In the meanwhile the little animal made its appearance, jumped and capered about, as it rejoiced at seeing them in its dreary habitation, and attached itself particularly to Roseline, and seemed to recognize an old and beloved friend. Roseline took it up in her arms, kissed and caressed it, but how to account for meeting with so beautiful, fond, and gentle a creature was not only a matter of surprise but wonder. "Are you sure, sister," said Edwin, slyly glancing a look at the pale face and trembling lips of the terrified Madeline, "are you sure it is a real dog? May it not be one of the ghosts, who in such various shapes are said to haunt these gloomy regions, and disturb the peaceful slumbers of young maidens, born, perhaps, 200 years after they had left the world?" This gentle reproof restored the roses to the fair cheek from which fear had driven them, while Roseline declared it was really and truly the prettiest dog she had ever seen. Bertrand had looked thoughtful, agitated, and confused, from the moment it appeared. "This dog must have a master," said Edwin, "and that master must be somewhere near these cells." "Perhaps," said Bertrand, "some daring villain may have found entrance here, either with the hopes of plunder, or to accomplish designs against the castle. Let us therefore, for the present, give up attempting to explore the passage. It might be dangerous to unfasten a door which is now our security." "Had we not better call for help?" said the again terrified Madeline. "Not for the world," interrupted Edwin. "How should we be able to account to my mother for being in this place, without burdening her mind with 10,000 suspicions? While telling her our reasons would most assuredly expose our venerable companion to the certain displeasure of my father. Do you," said he, addressing Bertrand, "know if there is any one a prisoner at this time?" The old man hesitated. "I know but little. I apprehend it may be so, but I hope you will excuse my talking on a subject that "It must assuredly be so," said Roseline softly to her brother, "and from that cause proceeded the noise which so repeatedly alarmed us." Again every one stood for a moment irresolute. Edwin, however, fearful of bringing his father's anger on Bertrand, and scorning to tempt the old man to betray a trust reposed in him, or any secret belonging to another, instantly formed his resolution to act with the utmost caution. He proposed to his sister and Madeline to return to their apartment as soon as Bertrand had pointed out the passage which led to the nunnery. On being shown the door which might one day enable him to meet his Madeline, and opened to give him a gleam of happiness, Roseline snatched up the little dog, pressed him to her bosom, and vowed to release him from captivity. As soon as they had reached their own apartment, Bertrand, after promising eternal secrecy, took a respectful leave. Edwin accompanied him to his room, then returned to his sister's, and proposed instantly renewing their search. "This is doing nothing," said he. "All is still left to conjecture and uncertainty." "If you mean to go again," said Madeline, "why did you suffer Bertrand to leave us?" "From respect to my father, and regard to the old man," he replied; "for should we, my dear Madeline, make any discovery of consequence, with us the secret will rest secure, and should we be found out, on ourselves alone will fall the displeasure of Sir Philip. But by this procedure we empower no one either to betray his secrets or our own. We will, however, carry back with us this little stranger," continued he, pointing to the dog, who was sleeping on a cushion which Roseline had placed for him before the fire; "and when we set him down we will follow wherever he may choose to lead us. If he be attached to any miserable being confined in one of the cells or dungeons, we may depend upon his returning to his usual habitation." Once more the trap-door was lifted up. Once more the party descended into regions like those of the grave, while the mouldering walls, glittering with the dews o' night, and rendered humid with the unwholesome damps of the situation, hung loose and disjointed over their heads, as if to threaten instant destruction. Turning into a passage which led to a contrary direction to that they had before entered, and which was somewhat wider and less dismal than the other, Roseline sat down the dog, who ran nimbly away, as if well acquainted with the path. They followed with the utmost caution, observing a profound silence. The dog went before them the whole length of the passage, then turned suddenly down a few steps, at the bottom of which a door stood half open. He rushed in, and appeared to them to stop at some distance. Instantly they heard him growl and bark, and this determined them to proceed. They passed through 2 small apartments decently furnished, and just as they reached an inner door, at which the dog had demanded admittance, they saw it slowly open, and a faint voice appeared to chide the guiltless wanderer for his long absence, and then to caress him with fondness. Edwin, knowing if he hesitated to proceed the fears of his companions would increase by the delay, gently tapped at the door. For a minute all was silent. Then he gave some louder raps. The same person very soon opened the door, of whom they had caught a transient glimpse when he had granted admittance to the dog. He was evidently alarmed, and in tremulous and terrified accents inquired who was there, what was the matter, and what errand brought them, at the same time brandishing a sword, which he had hastily snatched from a chair which stood near him. "Whoever you are, (continued he,) that have found a way to this den of misery, you may safely enter, unless you come to add farther oppressions, and inflict additional woes on the head of an injured and guiltless sufferer. If you come with such diabolical intentions, be assured of this: I will no longer be a passive or silent spectator of such unheard of barbarity, but give up a life in his defence which cruelty has rendered a worthless sacrifice. Forego then your designs, and know he will not long be either a burden or reproach to his unnatural parent and sordid oppressors." "We come with no design to injure or oppress," said Edwin. "We inhabit this castle, and were led by the curiosity incidental to youth into these horrid regions. Chance conducted us into these apartments without knowing they were inhabited. We wish not to alarm or interrupt any one, but of this be assured: if you will inform us how we can serve you, or render your situation more comfortable, we will gladly contribute all in our power to do so. Your countenance does not appear stamped with guilt, and your determination to protect the injured speaks a noble mind." The sword was instantly laid down. The door flew open, and they were requested to enter by one who told him his life and courage were only valuable so long as they would enable him to watch and protect the best and most beloved of masters. Reader, guess, if it be possible, the surprise and astonishment of our trembling and compassionate adventurers when they beheld an elegant young man, whose countenance was as prepossessing as his situation was interesting, wrapped in a striped satin morning gown which reached to his feet, with his hair hanging in graceful ringlets, and nearly concealing a face pale as death, lying on a kind of couch, and to all appearance in the last stage of consumption. On the entrance of Edwin he took but little notice, but on seeing Roseline and her friend advance, he looked up, and attempted to rise, but was not equal to the effort, and instantly sunk down in a state of apparent insensibility. Roseline, more agitated and terrified by the whole of this unaccountable and affecting scene than she would have been at the sight of a ghost she had almost expected to meet, flew to support him. She was assisted by Edwin and Madeline, and their united endeavours soon restored the poor sufferer to life and an imperfect sense of his situation. Having now no longer any fears, he fixed his large blue eyes on the strangers, wondered from whence they came, how all this could happen, and to what blessed chance it was owing that he saw himself attended and consoled by two celestial beings, for as such he actually considered them, while the pure drops of genuine and the gentlest pity fell softly on his emaciated hand, he raised the precious gems of compassion to his lips, sighed deeply, then, looking earnestly in the face of Roseline, with a smile of doubt and anguish once more sunk down in a state of insensibility, unable to bear the weight of his own agitated and contending feelings. The attendant, who had strictly observed the whole of this extraordinary scene, now approached to assist in recovering his master. Edwin hastened to his sister's apartment to procure proper restoratives. They were applied with their usual success, and the change they produced gave new life and spirits to all around, particularly Roseline, who concluded they arrived merely to witness his dying moments, and to hear him breathe his last sigh. She was still supporting his languid head on her knee, his hand rested on her arm, his eyes were fixed upon her face, his lips moved, and the words kind, consoling angel were all they could understand. "What can this mean?" said Edwin. "Who is your master? Who brought him here, and of what crime has he been guilty that he is sentenced to such a place as this?" "I am bound," replied the servant, "by the most solemn oath to silence and secrecy. By complying with these conditions, I obtained leave to attend him. Were I at liberty to speak, I could a tale unfold would tempt you to curse the world, and even detest those claims which bind man to man. You would be ready to forego the ties of nature, and shun society. Time it must develop the whole of this mystery." "But my father," said Edwin. "Your father, sir, like my dear unhappy master, is blameless and innocent. He has been deceived like many others." "But why, (cried Roseline,) are you thus shut out from the world, and banished society? Why, if innocent, is not this poor sufferer placed in a situation more likely to restore him to health? Why thus cruelly deprived not only of liberty, light, and air, but of every other necessary comfort?" "A higher power has willed it should be so," said the stranger, whose unreserved manners, superior language, honest and open countenance, found an instant passport to their hearts, confirmed their belief, and banished every suspicious doubt of his sincerity. "Are you involved in the crimes of which this gentleman is suspected?" inquired Madeline. "No, madam. My only crime is my attachment to him. I am here by my own voluntary choice, and were they to convey him 1,000 fathoms deeper in the earth, I would not, unless I were compelled, ever leave him till his noble and guiltless soul was summoned to appear before a more just and merciful tribunal than he has found on earth." "1,000 blessings on you, (cried Roseline, a tear trembling in each expressive eye,) for shewing this care and godlike compassion to one so helpless and oppressed. Brother, surely we may, without deserving reproach, unite our endeavours with those of this friendly stranger, to soften the pangs of misery and death, be they inflicted by whom they may." "You ought to do so," cried the lovely Madeline, whose gentle spirit was awakened into action by the scene before her. "As fellow creatures, and the children of the same Almighty Parent, it is our duty to assist each other, but we should do more, not remain coldly indifferent to sufferings which, if we cannot entirely remove, we may in some measure alleviate." "And we will do so," cried the generous and animated Edmund. "You too, my honest fellow, (turning to the servant,) shall share our kind offices. You deserve the thanks of every good Christian, and to be immortalized for your faithful attachment to one so helpless and unable to reward you." But how is this?" observing the invalid had sunk into a gentle and quiet sleep, like the peaceful slumber of an infant. "This has been the case for some weeks. His spirits depressed by the corroding anguish which preys upon his mind, his body has become a victim to the conflict, and the soul of my master will soon, by quitting this earthly tenement, escape the farther persecution of his enemies. Much as I love him, I should rejoice at his release." The words trembled on his tongue, and the tear of manly compassion rolled down his cheek. "Has he no one to attend him?" said Roseline, looking at him with eyes that beamed with all the heavenly animation which at that moment throbbed around her heart. "Has he no advice?" "Only such as I can give him, madam. Poor and ignorant as I am, he has never been allowed any other physician or better tutor than myself; but I trust, if the Almighty would again restore him to health, he would now meet with those who would assist in performing a task for which I was never calculated." "Has he no bed to sleep on?" cried Roseline, gently removing his languid head upon a cushion that laid on the couch, without awakening him. "There is one in the inner apartment, but this being the most comfortable and airy room, he will not leave it." "I will fetch some pillows." She did so. They were instantly placed under his head. Still he slept, as if he were never to awake again. "In the morning, (said Roseline,) at the foot of the stairs, which you will find by turning to the left at the end of this passage, I will leave some few trifles and comfortable cordials, which I hope will be of service; and to-morrow night, at about this time, you may expect us again," said Edwin. "I hope your master will then have shaken off this death-like slumber, and be able to converse with us." "Perhaps he may," replied Albert, the name of this faithful servant, "but he never talks much. I had taught him to read, but they took away our books, and since that time I am afraid he has lost the remembrance of the little knowledge he had of reading. He has lately learned to play a few simple tunes on the lute. That sometimes amuses him." "We will bring you some books," said Roseline; "and surely, Edwin, you and I can assist Albert in the delightful task of restoring by friendship what has been lost by cruelty." Albert informed them they were regularly served with their meals, but never saw the person who brought them, all intercourse with any one being forbidden, to prevent the possibility of discovery or escape; but, he said, they had better food and more indulgences than had been allowed them in their former prison, which consisted of only one room. The party now retired with the utmost caution, lest they should disturb the apparently peaceful slumbers of the prisoner, and deprive him of his only refuge from misery. Before they parted, Roseline and her brother, actuated by the same generous feelings in behalf of this unfortunate young man and his equally unfortunate companion, satisfied, should there be found any thing in their conduct to condemn, which they could not bring themselves to think, in their present situation, there was much to pity, resolved to unite in their endeavours of relieving their miseries, and softening the rigours of a confinement of which they knew not the cause. But they were told the object who had most excited their compassion was innocent, and therefore they determined to think him so till his own conduct, or an explanation from any other quarter, proved him otherwise. It is true they had nothing on which to found their belief but the word of a stranger, and him they found in the humble capacity of a servant; but, though a stranger, he had by his simple, modest, and unaffected language given ample proofs, in their opinion, of his sincerity. They now left the cells, and retired instantly to bed, dreamed of the prisoner, and sometimes imagined they could distinguish his groans. In fact, they thought and talked of him, and him only. Early in the morning Roseline carried every little nicety she could procure, and left them at the foot of the stairs; then hurried back to her room, not daring to stop and make inquiries, lest the person who supplied the object of her pity with his daily food should discover and betray her benevolent designs. Madeline was now making a rapid progress in her recovery, and was every hour in fear of receiving a summons from the abbess to return to the nunnery. Edwin participated in all her fears, and lamented, in the language of tender affection, the cruel necessity which compelled her to leave the castle, protesting neither walls nor vows should long divide them, and swearing to release her from a situation which, though sanctioned by religion, only bigotry, superstition, and priestcraft could justify. which he knew would not only destroy all his prospects of happiness, but, as he could not disbelieve the fascinating hopes he had not absolutely been forbidden to cherish, the happiness also of a beloved object dearer to him than life, without whom fortune, honour, prosperity, and youth would be robbed of all their value. The next day, accompanied by Bertrand, Edwin stole by another entrance into the lower recesses of the castle, not mentioning a word of the prisoner, and carefully avoiding that quarter in which he was confined. They first explored the subterraneous passage leading to the nunnery, and found fewer impediments in their way than they expected. They easily gained an entrance into the chapel, having fixed upon an hour when they knew all the fathers and nuns would be engaged in their cells. They found the opening under the organ, and in that part of the chapel appropriated to the use of the nuns, the door being concealed from observation by a very curious tomb, belonging to the ancient family of de G. They entered next the passage leading to Mettingham Castle, and determined to see the whole of it. Here they met with many difficulties. In some places huge stones had fallen from the walls. In others the archway was so low they were almost obliged to crawl, while toads, snakes, and various kinds of reptiles impeded their progress. When at length they reached the end of this wonderful labyrinth, the production of labour and art, they found themselves close to the ballium of Mettingham Castle, and under a strong machicolated and embattled gate. They now discovered another short passage, which was terminated by a door that opened to the outer ballium, and through which the cavalry could sally in any case of emergency. They ventured cautiously to look around them. Edwin's mind, however, was chiefly occupied by one dear object, and he secretly rejoiced at having found the means of escaping with Madeline, should the obstinacy of her parents, or the ambition of his own, leave him no other resource. He likewise, in the course of the day, but unaccompanied by any one, opened the door on the staircase leading to the south tower. He felt a kind of repugnance at taking this step, but determined, as matters were now circumstanced, to go through the whole of this unpleasant business at once, that nothing might be left to conjecture. He also recollected that it would not only put an end to that restless curiosity which had long dwelt upon his mind, but enable him to judge whether it would be possible to remove the dying prisoner into a more airy and convenient room, without the hazard of discovery. This wing of the castle he knew was totally unoccupied, as in his boyish days he had frequently and at all times gone that way to the ramparts to lodge his playthings in a secret apartment in one of the highest towers, and never in his peregrination had met with a human being. On attempting first to open the door, he was a good deal startled at the noise it occasioned, and was almost buried beneath the heap of cobwebs and dirt which fell and enveloped him in a cloud of dust. Some birds, too, that had here found a sage asylum, flew in terror around him. Not willing to disturb them more than was necessary, he unfastened a narrow casement to give those opportunity of escaping who wished to obtain their liberty. He then stole softly and cautiously across the room to an opposite door, which opened without any difficulty, and he entered a second apartment, much larger and more commodious than the first. It was hung with ancient tapestry, on which time and moth had made many depredations, but in some parts of it the full-length figures remained perfect, and the colours retained some of their beautiful shades. He soon discovered that it represented the most striking and interesting scenes in the well-known history of Hero and Leander, from his first seeing her in the temple of Venus at Seftos in Thrace, till the last closing scene of their unfortunate loves. The figures of the lovers were fine, and in excellent preservation, and the tapestry was of so superior a kind, that it gave as full force and expression to the faces and drapery as the finest painting could have conveyed. The temple, the palace, the turret, and the Hellespont, upon whose waves the rising and setting sun were alternately reflected, with the downy swan in snowy dignity, which was seen laving on its bosom, were admirably depicted. The nurse or attendant of the faithful Hero stood at full length on the edge of the water, which gently undulated near the walls of the palace, pointing to the waves, and as if in the act of telling her fond impatient mistress her lover was coming, while she, with modest sweetness, seemed fearful of stealing a look at the element which contained a treasure dearer to her soul than the whole of her ambitious father's dominions. In another part he saw the lifeless body of Leander, and the despairing hero in the act of throwing herself into the Hellespont, which had unfortunately proved the grave of her lover. Edwin stood a long time silently admiring this pathetic tale. It had an instantaneous effect upon his feelings. It served to remind him of the difficulties he should have to encounter in his attachment to Madeline, and he could have kissed the senseless portrait of the old Egyptian woman for her kind and faithful attentions to the persecuted lovers. In the middle of the room stood a square table, on which were carelessly spread a number of papers. 4 massy silver candlesticks were likewise placed upon it, each of which contained a wax candle that had never been lighted, and an old writing, to which was annexed a vast many seals, laid folded up under them. This, he concluded, was the mystic bond which held in captivity the restless spirit it was supposed to confine. Edwin opened and attempted to read it. In some parts the writing was defaced, and the whole of the language so unintelligible, he very soon replaced it in its former situation, imagining that, if the ghost was not to regain its liberty till the bond could be read, it would rest in peace for ever, and suffer others to do the same. In the chimney stood an antique grate, that had once been bright, and still shewed some of its brilliant features through the rust by which it was enveloped. A few chairs were standing here and there, but they were falling to decay. And then he opened another door, which led him into a vaulted chamber, in which were placed the tattered remains of a bed, that had been handsome, and could be repaired. A book of devotion was lying upon it. The windows were high and narrow, admitting but little light, notwithstanding which they were secured by iron bars of immense thickness, so strongly, that, had they been lower, it would have been impossible for the arm of the strongest man to remove or shake them. This led him to conclude it was originally designed for the security of prisoners of rank, its distance from the ground precluding any communication with the people on guard, and he shuddered as he recollected how many, like the poor prisoner in the cells, might have lingered away their wretched existence in this very apartment, in the hopeless expectation of meeting with a release. He next carefully searched in every part of the room to discover if there was not a more secret entrance, but found none. He put the key into his pocket, as he had before done of that trap door, and in the morning, unobserved by Bertrand, had the precaution not to lock the door of the subterraneous passage, leaving it well secured by the bolts and bars which were on the inside. He now hastened to replace all the rest of the keys in the repository from whence he had taken them, and was satisfied those he retained in his own possession would not be missed by his father or any one else. After this he returned to join the family, and said not a word of what he had seen, nor the plans which floated in his own mind in consequence of the morning peregrinations he had taken. Chapter 5. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Volume 1, Chapter 6 of Bungay Castle by Elizabeth Bonhote. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patty Cunningham. In the course of the day Roseline asked 1,000 questions, with apparent indifference, of De Clavering, respecting the nature of consumptive cases, their symptoms, progress, etc., and how people ought to manage themselves in regard to diet, who were confined in damp regions of a dungeon, or immured in the narrow precincts of a prison. To all which she received such plain, direct, and experienced answers, as she cherished hopes would enable her, with the approbation of heaven, to be the humble means of restoring to health, or a more promising degree of convalescence, the interesting object whose secret sufferings have stimulated her to make these unusual inquiries, and what gave new life and added energy to her benevolent hopes, was the arrival of a letter from Sir Philip to Lady de Morney, in which he was reluctantly obliged to inform her that his stay in London was unfortunately prolonged, and he was sorry to find his absence from the castle was likely to be protracted a considerable length of time from the slow progress of the law, and the difficulties thrown in the way by his opponents. This account would have given her pain a few days before, It was now a source of pleasure, which produced the most sanguine expectations of preserving, under Providence, the life of a fellow creature, or at least of rendering its closing scene less hopeless and more comfortable. A sensibility like that which was lodged in the bosom of the artless and innocent Roseline I would wish all my sex to possess. So far from tempting her to run from misery, it led her in search of it, and, when found, it awakened every gentle passion of the mind into immediate and resolute action; while the fictitious feeling, the affected sensibility of a modern miss, is confined to kicking, fainting, or squalling at sight of a wretched object, and the little they may really have will evaporate in the trouble of acting their part so as to impose on the minds of others an unjust sense of their own delicate and extreme compassion. How much might men as well as women add to the dignity of nature by never attempting to destroy her! In the formation of man God lent his own image. How would it astonish, how would it excite the indignation of the most unenlightened savage, if he met with any one so foolish as to suppose they could improve that image by the ridiculous distortions and grimaces of affectation! And how would he be diverted, how could he see the devoted slaves of fashion so disguise the human form, that the head is frequently increased to twice its original size, the waist sometimes dwindled to a span, at others entirely lost, then again restored with such protuberances as even to render the character suspected; and at times our modern beaux and belles are seen so completely in masquerade, that it is a matter of some difficulty to distinguish one sex from the other, a circumstance that might be attended with ludicrous, if not dangerous, consequences. As the spirits of Lady de Morney were much depressed by the receipt of Sir Philip's letter, every one exerted themselves to amuse her. They sung, they danced, and the tale went merrily round. De Willows and De Clavering appeared unusually animated, and Hugh Camelford fared the worse for their exertions. They roused the fiery blood of the brave Cambrian, and then cooled it again by a well turned compliment. They likewise so powerfully assailed Elwyn to give a dinner he had long promised them, that the following day was fixed for the treat, and his apartments were prepared for the ladies, the gentlemen with one voice agreeing not to go without them. They also entered into a confederacy to drink till they had emptied the miser's last bottle, determining to have one good frolic, as they despaired of ever obtaining a second at his expense. Madeline received a few lines from Agnes de Clifford, to inform her, that, by what she could learn from one of the old nuns, the abbess expected her return to the nunnery the following week, as Father Anselm had signified his disapprobation of her longer absence. This gave great concern to the young people, which did not pass unobserved by Lady de Morney, who gently blamed them, adding, as they had been so long indulged with the company of their friend, they ought to submit to the will of the father without repining or reluctance. After a day which appeared to Roseline the longest she had ever lived, the hour arrived in which they were to revisit the dark abode of misery and oppression. They found Albert impatiently waiting for them in the passage near the foot of the stairs, almost despairing of their return. Every one carried something for the use and gratification of the prisoner. Edwin was loaded with books, Madeline with sweetmeats, wine, and cakes, Roseline with some whitemeats and soup. She had likewise prepared a reviving mixture from a recipe of De Clavering's, extracted from a variety of healing herbs, admirably calculated to restore health and spirits to the fragile frame of the languid sufferer. Albert informed them that his master considered the whole of what had passed the preceding evening as a dream. He had repeatedly mentioned the good and consoling angels who had condescended to visit the couch of a wretch who, almost from his birth, had been an outcast from society; and, notwithstanding he assured him he would see them again, he could obtain no credit to his assertion, not divert his mind from the idea that it was a warning from heaven, merely to prepare him for a summons before its awful tribunal. "Hasten, my good friend, (said Roseline,) and undeceive him, by letting him know we will wait here to convince him, if he will receive us, that we are mere mortals like himself." Albert did not stop for a second command to execute a commission he eagerly wished. They followed him. The little dog ran out, and greeted their arrival with every testimony of joy it was in its nature to express, and they were requested to walk in the moment they reached the door of the apartment. They were not only surprised, but highly gratified at observing the visible change for the better which a few hours had made in the countenance of their new friend, whose dependence on their good offices for many of the necessary comforts of life, and total seclusion from the world, made very forcible claims on their hearts. He arose on their entrance. Edwin flew to embrace him. Madeline held out her hand, which he gently pressed between his, but observing that Roseline's was likewise extended, he dropped the hand of her friend, and eagerly caught hers, as if he were afraid it should be wrested from him. "I would fain tell you what I feel at this moment," said he, faintly and fearfully, "but I do not know a language to make myself understood. This I know, that yesterday I wished to die, and be forgotten even by Albert; but now I think, if I could have you always with me," stealing a look at Roseline, "hear you talk, and see you smile, I could be content to live for ever, even in this sad place. If all other women are like you, how charming must be the world, in which Albert says there are a vast many! I have often told him, and he knows why, that I never should like a woman." Here he smiled expressively on Albert. "I thought they were all very cruel, and very ugly creatures, therefore I concluded, when I first saw you, that you were angels, or kind and celestial spirits, who came down from heaven to receive my soul, and carry it to a place of rest." "Indeed, my good sir, (said Roseline,) you were never more mistaken. We are like the generality of our sex, but much inferior to many. We broke in upon you unexpectedly, and you judged merely from feelings too highly raised, which originated from surprise, and were in part confirmed by the effect they had on the susceptibility of your nature and the seclusion of your situation. I must now entreat you to take a few spoonfuls of a mixture I have brought you. I am afraid it is not very pleasant to the taste, but I hope and trust it will be conducive to your recovery." She poured some into a teacup, and presented it to him. He drank it immediately. Then they produced the more grateful treat they had brought with them. He ate a little cake and some sweetmeats with an avidity and greediness that shocked them, said they were very fine, and much better than the liquor. Edwin next gave him some books, which he opened with eagerness, seemed vastly delighted with the prints, but shook his head on finding himself unable to read their contents. He turned over a few of the leaves, and seemed a good deal chagrined. Edwin explained their titles, and gave him a few outlines of the works. "Albert can read them," said he. "I hope you will soon be able to read them yourself," replied Edwin. "We will join with Albert in instructing you." "Ah," cried he, shaking his head, "you will soon grow weary of one so ignorant, so dull as I am." His eye glanced at Roseline. "I belong to no one. I have no friend but poor Albert. He will not leave me to die alone in such a place as this." "My dear sir," said Albert, "talk not of dying the very first hour you are beginning to live. I yet trust we shall see many happy years." He looked melancholy, whispered something they could not perfectly understand, and appeared wholly lost in his own painful reflections. Edwin again addressed him. At hearing his voice he started, and gazed on him with a wild and vacant stare, as if he had never seen him before, looked at his dress, then at his own, seemed struck by the contrast, and a faint smile came over his features, but it was the smile of internal sadness. It will not be thought superfluous, perhaps, if we stop a few moments in order to describe, as well as we are able, the face, the person, and the dress of this unfortunate young man. His complexion, from never having been exposed to either air or sun, was whiter and more delicate than that of Madeline. His large blue eyes were shaded by deeply fringed eyelashes, and arched with eyebrows which the nicest pencil of the painter could not have improved. His face was oval, his nose aquiline, and his mouth so exquisitely formed as to give grace and expression to all the other features. He was much thinner, but some inches taller than Edwin. Yet the whole of his appearance showed that confinement and ill health had stolen, in their thievish and destroying progress, many of the natural graces from his face and person. His hair waved in careless ringlet over his forehead, and hung down some length on his shoulders. He was still wrapped in a loose morning gown, wore slippers, and his linen was of the finest texture. With some difficulty, but not without the assistance of Albert, they drew him by degrees into something like conversation; but he did not appear perfectly to understand all they said, and when they mentioned the days beginning to lengthen, the increasing and reviving influence of the sun, the beauty of the moon and stars, he sighed, wished he could see and admire them as other men did, and inquired if they thought any but himself and Albert were denied so many of the blessings which he had been told God had given for the use and benefit of all his creatures. Edwin replied, painful as it was to recollect, he had no doubt but at that moment thousands of the fellow mortals sustained even greater hardships and deprivations than himself. Must you and these sweet creatures ever do the same? He hoped not, but fortune was so fickle in the favours she bestowed, and everything so uncertain, it was impossible to tell what might or might not happen in the course of a few years. "It is surely very strange," said the prisoner, "and I think those people, whose hard hearts and hands contrived and made prisons, are the most proper, indeed the only persons, who should be forced to inhabit them." This observation produced a general smile, which they hoped would pass unnoticed, but it did not escape him, and he said, while a faint colour flushed his cheek, he knew he was very ignorant, but he begged they would not despise him for so great a misfortune. After this he only ventured to ask a few questions, but at the moment of doing so seemed to shrink into himself, and to be astonished at his own temerity. This shyness and reserve they trusted would wear off as he became familiarized to their visits and conversation. They therefore took no notice of his absence or timidity, but endeavoured by every attention to draw him from his own painful and humiliated reflections, and by a few well timed praises strove to give him self-confidence. After staying as long as time and the nature of their visit would permit, and giving proper directions to Albert in regard to the medicines and nourishing restoratives they had brought with them, they reluctantly arose to depart. Observing their design, he held his hands before his eyes to prevent his seeing them go, and exclaimed, don't leave me, I cannot bear it. I never shall see you again. You will forget me. You will leave me for ever." His extreme agitation alarmed and affected them all. They knew not how to go, and yet to stay longer might risk a discovery. "Speak, Roseline," said Edwin, "and, if possible, quiet these distressing apprehensions." Roseline, as soon as she could sufficiently command the tone of her voice, took hold of his trembling hand, which was cold as death, and gently entreated him to hear her with composure. He looked at her with passive acquiescence, and she proceeded to assure him that it was their united and determined intention to repeat their visits as often as their own and his situation would permit, but that, for his sake particularly, they were under the necessity of acting with caution, and carefully guarding against the possibility of a discovery. If he were so much affected when they left him, they must visit him less frequently than they wished. "Ah, no, do not think of me or what I may feel, that is of no consequence. Only say you will come again and again." "On my honour we will, and continue to do so while you remain an involuntary resident in this castle." "I am satisfied," said he, sighing inwardly as he spoke. Then, fixing his eyes on Roseline, "If you would come every day, talk to me, and look at me thus gently, if you would continue to pity my weakness and pardon my ignorance, I should not think this a prison but a paradise, and could be content to end my useless days in this dungeon." This pathetic address Roseline could not acquire sufficient resolution to answer, and, while her heart felt intolerably oppressed, the silent tears, which stole softly down her cheek, explained the nature of her feelings. Madeline, finding the scene was become too painful, rose, and bade him good night. Roseline gently withdrew the hand which for some moments had been clasped in his, and Edwin, seeing the necessity of immediately retiring, tenderly bade him farewell. Finding they were resolute to depart, he dropped on his knees by the couch, and concealed his face in the pillow. They insisted on Albert's not leaving his master, and hurried back to their own apartment in a state of mind difficult to be described, carrying with them a variety of feelings, which, though new and painful, they wished should be retained in their remembrance. As it was now 2 hours beyond their usual time of going to bed, the great clock having struck the awful hour of 12, Edwin, without stopping to make any comments on the scene that had so recently occurred, instantly took his leave. Madeline put on her night clothes, and, after talking a few minutes, sunk into the leaden arms of sleep. Not so her friend. Sleep deserted her pillow. In vain she sought and wished for its approach, to obliterate new and uncomfortable sensations. It was extremely odd that the image of the prisoner haunted her imagination with such persevering obstinacy that, notwithstanding she closed her eyes, she could not exclude him from her mental sight, and, what was still more strange and unaccountable, though she saw he was less polished than those with whom she was accustomed to associate, without education, and entirely ignorant of the world, a prisoner for she knew not what, yet still she thought, and was extremely angry with herself for so doing, that he was the handsomest man, and had the most prepossessing and elegant form she had ever seen. His manners too, could any thing be more captivating than the manners of this uninformed son of nature, whom cruelty and injustice had immured in the dungeons of her father's castle? A few hours' sleep might, and she trusted would, restore her to a more just and rational way of thinking. If not, he who caused her judgment to mislead her would perhaps be the means of its returning to its proper function. We will now therefore leave her to try an experiment, which has often produced as powerful an effect, and, stealing the mind by a temporary oblivion from the objects of its sudden partiality, has likewise stolen, by the dawn of the succeeding morning, all recollection of woes, which in a moment of unguarded susceptibility had found a passage to the heart. Whether it had this convenient, soporific, and benumbing property on the mind of Roseline, we are not now at liberty to declare; but, if it should not, we hope some of our readers will make allowance for the unfashionable taste of a young lady who lived so many ages before themselves, who was unhackneyed in the devious paths of life, with a mind unvitiated by pride or the pangs of envy, and who had seen little or nothing of the world beyond the precincts of the castle she inhabited. Chapter 6. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Volume 1, Chapter 7 of Bungay Castle by Elizabeth Bonhote. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patty Cunningham. The next day everyone prepared with high glee for Elwyn's promised treat, and puzzled themselves with various conjectures as to what kind of feast the miser would set before them. Bertha and Hugh Camelford were very busy after something which those who saw them concluded would be productive of myth or mischief, no two dispositions being more likely to succeed in a cause for which their humorous talents were calculated, while poor Elwyn, in secret but unavailing regret, lamented too late his yielding folly, in having been prevailed on to comply with what he termed a very foolish and unreasonable request, viz. For so many people to dine at his expense; but this he wisely kept to himself, well knowing, if the party understood his sentiments, it would expose him to their whole artillery of wit and ridicule. He therefore made all the preparations for an excellent dinner, but his caution, busy looks, anxiety, and distress, promised a much higher entertainment than his repast could afford. The company assembled at the proper time, and were seated in due form and order, Lady de Morney at the head, and Elwyn at the bottom of the table, when, having helped most of the party, Camelford requested him to send him a slice of a large raised pie, which made a distinguished figure. Bertha cried out with well-affected terror, "Don't touch it! I am sure 'tis enchanted. I saw the crust move." "Child, (cried Lady de Morney,) what do you mean?" "What I say, madam, for indeed it was lifted up." "Take care what you are apout, Elwyn, (said Camelford,) or, py God, you may cut off the head of a conjurer who has jumped into the pie in honour of your feast." "Suppose we let De Clavering dissect him, (said De Willows,) he is undoubtedly the best hand at cutting up his own species." De Clavering, who suspected some joke, cautiously raised up one side of the crust, when, to the astonishment of the party, out jumped a squirrel. Happy in having regained its liberty, it sprang across the table, and immediately made its way into Edeliza's pocket, where it was accustomed to fund for shelter. She was shocked at the danger from which her favourite had escaped, caressed the little stranger, and rejoiced at seeing it unhurt. Every one was surprised and alarmed at the unexpected appearance of poor Pug, while the terror of the master of the ceremonies was somewhat increased, when he saw a dish of blancmange, which one of the ladies was beginning to help, fall, and a variety of the most beautiful shapes dissolve into water. This produced a general and hearty laugh. "Fine deceptions these, (said Camelford.) I suppose we shall find in the rest of the pie's life cats and togs, and see little Pertha turned into a pillar of salt." As to Pug, he declared by Cot, Tafy Jones, and the Tyfel, he never saw a coat run swifter on his beloft Welch mountains, and he would bet 500 guineas he would not be peat if put in podily fear. The dishes were removed, and those originally ordered now brought on to fill their places, which, if not altogether productive of so much mirth, served to gratify a more craving and importunate sense. Elwyn, however, was highly provoked and mortified at the tricks which had been played on him, and swore, if he could discover the perpetrator, he would insist on an apology, or compel him to take a little cold iron. "That, (said De Clavering,) would be rendering your hospitality too profuse. It would not only produce matter for conversation, but in all probability furnish me with a job that might puzzle or improve me in the art of surgery; and as nature has entailed so many diseases on us poor mortals, methinks no reasonable man would wish to increase them." "But, were it not for the unreasonable, (said De Willows,) you gentlemen of the Lancet and Gallipot would not find sufficient opportunities to employ your genius, and give such proofs of your chirurgical skill and abilities." "Oh, my poor Potty, (said Hugh Camelford,) I hope their abilities never will be tried. Better to eat squirrels, as Elwyn would have tempted us to do, than be cutting up one another for pies and pasties." De Huntingfield unfortunately whispered to Roseline that he never saw her so unusually serious, adding, he supposed she was thinking of matrimony, and advised her to begin her attacks against Elwyn, while the generous and hospitable fit was upon him; for, if she permitted it to evaporate, Plutus, in all probability, would again render every avenue to his heart inaccessible to the power of love. This remark brought the roses to her cheeks. She however denied having formed any design on one whose predominant passion set every other at defiance, and declared herself perfectly guiltless of all such hostile intentions. The hint however was sufficient to put her upon her guard, and she exerted herself to prevent any further observations of the like sort. Madeline, now satisfied that the heart of Edwin was as much the slave of the tender passion as her own, and beat responsive to her every wish, would have relished the cheerful scene, had she not, in the very moment of enjoyment, recollected it was the last time, for perhaps a long, long, tiresome period, that she should make one of the happy party. Edwin, who guessed the nature of her feelings, sympathized too much with her to be more at ease. De Clavering, who observed them both, gave a humorous dissertation on the powers of sympathy, and execrated its effects. The day however passed pleasantly, and the evening concluded with a dance, in which the lively Bertha was permitted to join, and had her favourite Hugh Camelford for a partner. Edwin withdrew with the ladies at an early hour. The rest of the gentlemen returned with Elwyn to his apartment, much against his inclination, and did not leave him till they had literally fulfilled their agreement of emptying the miser's last bottle. Then, consigning him to the care of his servant, with difficulty found their way to their own rooms. Neither Edwin nor his sister, however, had forgotten their unfortunate friends. The former had stolen an opportunity of conveying a few nice things to the dungeon, had delivered them to Albert, and spent half an hour with his master, promising to renew his visit in the evening, accompanied by the ladies. This threw a gleam of joy over the countenance of the prisoner, who assured him he would not again distress them by shewing so much reluctance at parting. Albert was pressed by Edwin to enforce the necessity of his master's endeavouring to recover all that he had lost of his reading, and by that means acquire a proper and useful knowledge of the customs and manners of the world, which would be absolutely essential to the rendering it pleasant, should he ever obtain his freedom, and become an active member of society. "I shall find but little trouble, sir," replied this excellent servant, "in doing that which my poor master has himself been so anxious to accomplish ever since he saw you and the sweet ladies, who have made our situation in comparison comfortable. Nature had kindly done much for him, education scarcely any thing. Now I foresee all will be right. He is roused from his lethargy of desponding misery, and laments his own ignorance in language that show him truly sensible of it. He has insisted on being better dressed against the evening, and the book has not been 5 minutes out of his hand since you left him." "I will give you all the assistance in my power," said Edwin, "and fortunately at this time my father's absence renders the design less hazardous. I have likewise another plan in my head, which I hope will not only greatly contribute to his comfort, but do much towards the more perfect re-establishment of his health, which I now begin to think is not quite in the hopeless state the alarming situation in which I first saw him led me to imagine." Edwin next inquired of Albert how his master's wardrobe was furnished. "I recollect," said he, "you mentioned his desire of changing his dress. I can supply him with any thing he wants." "In that respect, sir, my master has no occasion to tax your bounty. Toys and fine clothes were never denied, and for a long time they had their influence and served to amuse him." "Good God!" said Edwin, "that this mystery could be explained." Albert shook his head, and immediately withdrew. In the evening, Edwin, his sister, and Madeline visited the prisoner; but if they were surprised before at the happy alterations a few hours had produced in his looks, how much more so were they now at observing the still greater progress in the improvement both of his health and spirits. He was dressed in the most fashionable style of the times, with an elegance and neatness that astonished them. Every part of his dress was such as was only worn by persons of the highest rank, his clothes richly trimmed, his stockings silk, and his shoes fastened with gold clasps. At the approach of Roseline and her friend, his eyes sparkled with delight. In fact, he appeared like one raised from the grave by a miracle, new fashioned and created. It was visible to all the party that his chief attention was directed to Roseline. He watched her every look, and the language of his artless soul was easily read in every expressive and animated feature. They were now tolerably cheerful. His fear, reserve, and timidity began gradually to wear off. He even ventured to address a question to Madeline, and to gaze with tender earnestness on her friend. Edwin, with an arch smile, reminded them it would be time to retire, when Roseline had given proper directions respecting her patient, from whose rapid recovery he foretold she would reap such honours as would firmly establish her reputation as the first female physician in the world. "And as to the best, the most gentle of her sex," added the prisoner, blushing deeply as he ventured to express his gratitude, "I owe her more than life, more than—" "A truce with your thanks, my good friend, (cried Roseline, now blushing in her turn,) and prove You value your endeavours to render you more comfortable by taking the utmost care of yourself, and by not permitting your mind to swell on any circumstance likely to agitate and distress you." He promised to be directed by his friends, and to follow strictly all their injunctions. Again they could not prevail on themselves to leave him till the night was pretty far advanced. On receiving a promise from Edwin to visit him again the next morning, and one from the ladies to be with him in the evening, he saw them depart without any violent agitation. Yet a visible gloom and reluctance pervaded his features, not to be concealed by one who never had formed an idea that it was either necessary or possible to disguise the feelings, or disavow the sentiments of the heart. Happy state of unspotted, unsuspecting integrity, when no pangs of guilt harass and corrode the mind with unceasing anguish! We can scarcely prevail upon ourselves, when we recollect its incorruptible advantages, to think such an enviable portion of internal peace dearly purchased even with the loss of liberty; for, amidst all his sufferings, our hapless prisoner could not recall an action that hung heavy on his mind, or that awakened the scorpion sting of a reproaching conscience. His life might justly be compared to the spotless pages of a book, whose leaves no blot had yet defiled, but which remained properly prepared to receive the fairest and most lasting impressions. The expected summons for Madeline's return to the nunnery arrived. However reluctant to obey so unwelcome a mandate, she was obliged to comply. The parting between the lovers was attended with many uncomfortable and unpleasant feelings. Melancholy presentiments were encouraged, which increased the distresses of the moment. She could not leave the prisoner without shedding many tears. She even envied his situation, and when she compared it with her own, it did not appear so hopeless and solitary. He still retained one faithful friend, and had lately met with others, who, if not so long known, were equally attached to him. He would likewise see Edwin every day, while she, immured in the hordeval of a nunnery, as inimical to her felicity as those by which he was surrounded had till then proved to his, would be denied even the soothing influence of hope. That ignis fatuus of the mind had deserted its post, and left it open to the sad encroachments of fruitless and unavailing regret. Most severely did she now condemn herself for ever having quitted the holy asylum, in which, if she had not found happiness, she had never felt such conflicts as those she now endured. Lady de Morney and Roseline accompanied her to the nunnery, and delivered her up to the maternal care of the abbess and the protection of Father Anselm. They both appeared pleased and satisfied with her ready compliance with their commands, and rejoiced to see her look so well. They had suffered great anxiety on her account, and the father, who had visited her frequently during her indisposition, and had cherished but few hopes of her recovery, now told her he trusted she would not more wish to forsake their holy sanctuary, as he doubted not her illness was a penance inflicted by Providence for leaving it at a season so particularly appropriated to the sacred duties of the church. Roseline, before she left the nunnery, accompanied Madeline to her cell, the abbess having granted her this indulgence. Here they unobserved gave way to the sad luxury of tears. They wept on each other's bosom, and the sobbing Madeline, deaf to the soothing consolations of her sympathizing friend, requested her to present Edwin with her grateful acknowledgments for his many kind attentions, and which in the moment of parting she was unable to express. She hoped he would not forget her, and begged his sister to assure him that, if she were compelled to take the veil, she should retain his image in her heart, though her life were dedicated to the service of her God. She likewise cautioned Roseline to beware, and guard against the sly and dangerous intrusions of love, which brought with them innumerable sorrows, and never to encourage hopes, as she had done, which she feared would end in disappointment and misery. Roseline knew these hints alluded to the prisoner. The blush which tinged her cheek convinced her friend that she was perfectly understood. Indeed, She had before ventured to tell her that, in her attentions to relieve the miseries she commiserated, she might become too tenderly a sharer in them, and, in freeing the captive from his fetters, might herself be enslaved. Roseline thanked her friend, but denied the caution being necessary, and instantly took her leave, in order to put an end to a conversation which now became unpleasant, and gave her more pain than she chose to acknowledge. The evening, as may be supposed, passed slowly and heavily at the castle. Roseline felt unfeigned regret at the departure of her friend, and Edwin found in her absence the deprivation of happiness; yet, as it was unavoidable, he determined as much as possible to conceal his distress from the prying eye of suspicion, and to employ every hour he could command in the service of the unfortunate prisoner, to whom he felt himself irresistibly and unaccountably attached. But Edwin, amidst his family at the castle, was not less internally wretched than poor Madeline, counting her beads in her silent and solitary cell. At the usual time, Roseline and her brother revisited the interesting object of her compassion. He expressed such rapture at seeing them, and made so many acknowledgments for their friendship, that their minds became insensibly harmonized, and their attention engaged. Edwin now for the first time proposed removing his friend from the dungeon to the haunted chamber, which no one dared approach, and which we before mentioned as having an entrance from the south tower. Roseline obtained permission of her mother to keep possession of the apartment into which she had accompanied Madeline. Therefore they thought his removal could be easily accomplished without any risk of a discovery. It was agreed that Albert should attend the cells in order to take away the provision regularly carried there. All these matters settled, the following evening was appointed for the accomplishment of their purpose. At the same time, Edwin cherished the most sanguine hopes that, with the assistance of Albert, and by means of the subterraneous passage, he might sometimes obtain a stolen interview with Madeline. The next night Edwin, his sister, and Albert accompanied the prisoner to his destined apartment. But to describe his gratitude and joy at finding himself in a situation so comfortable and airy would be impossible. Every thing was new and delightful, and in the morning, when the light, which but dimly enlivened his chamber on his arrival, broke in upon his astonished sight, his raptures were alarming, and his faithful attendant, with the utmost difficulty, prevailed on him to confine them within the bounds of moderation, and cautiously to indulge himself in looking at objects so surprising, but to other people so familiar, that they seldom could spare a moment to contemplate them. When he viewed the sun from one of the windows of his room, rising in its utmost splendour, had not Albert prevented him, he had fallen on his knees and worshipped the brilliant luminary. He observed the birds with ecstasy, as they lightly skimmed through the boundless regions of the air, and listened with a kind of throbbing agitation as the lark warbled forth her morning orations, and, not till he had shed tears, could he reduce his feelings to any degree of composure. He admired the trees, his eyes rested on some of the distant hills, and he told Albert he did not think the world had been so large and fine a place. He next amused himself with looking round his apartment, and at every little interval gave way to the effusions of genuine transport. Can it be wondered that so helpless a being should feel, on experiencing such a change, more than mere language could express? Liberated from misery by the benevolence of strangers, a thousand comforts bestowed which he had despaired of ever tasting, his gratitude was as unlimited as his joy, and I am sure all my readers will pardon him for still continuing to think his benefactors more than mortal. Yet at times he could recollect, with a sigh of trembling regret, the dangers to which they exposed themselves in order to make him happy. Their parents too might shut them in a dungeon for their disobedience. These reflections fortunately abated the fervour of his high-wrought feelings, or in all probability he would have brought on a return of those complaints which had so much interested his young friends on his behalf. In a few hours he became more composed, and endeavoured to remark every thing around him with serenity. As he was now situated, Edwin and his sister could see him several times a day without inconvenience or danger, and, to guard against any surprise, they had taken care to lock the door at the foot of the stairs, strongly fastened it within side, and concealed the key, that none of the family might wander that way. In the evening a new scene presented itself to the sight of the prisoner. The moon and stars were pointed out to him by Edwin. At first he mistook the moon for another sun, less brilliant, but as beautiful. The stars he called little suns, and attempted to count their number, and while his eyes were raised in silent rapture to the spangled firmament, he inquired why so much more pains had been taken to decorate the heavens for the night, when mortals slept, than for the day, when all nature was awake to wonder and adore. So delighted was he with the sombre beauties of this all astonishing scene, that it was with the utmost difficulty, after Edwin left him, that Albert could prevail upon him to think of retiring to rest. No sooner, however, was he convinced that his faithful attendant had lost in the arms of sleep all remembrance of those scenes which kept him waking, than he softly stole to the window, where he remained till the dews of night and the cold blasts of an easterly wind drove him again to his bed. The few necessary articles which had been allowed him in his former abode were now removed to his present one, and such added as would tend to his comfort and convenience. As his food in the dungeon had been conveyed to him by means of a turning cupboard, his having vacated it could not be known so long as Albert attended at the proper times to receive it; and Edwin, having shown him another secret way, which led from under the stairs in the south tower to his old habitation, he would be able to go as often as he pleased, without any danger of being discovered. It was now 2 months after the prisoner's removal before Sir Philip de Morney was able to fix a time for his return. A letter then arrived, in which he mentioned that, by the end of another fortnight, he hoped to reach the castle. He informed Lady de Morney that he should bring a friend with him, for whom he had the highest regard, and he trusted she would make such necessary preparations for his reception as would serve not only to prove the sincerity of his attachment, but the high respect and esteem in which he was held by the rest of the family, telling her it was no less a personage than Baron Fitzosbourne, whose friendship had done him much honour, and in whose society he found pleasure. Lady de Morney, who perfectly understood by her husband's letter how anxious he was that his friend should be received with the utmost splendour and hospitality, gave such orders as she hoped would please the one and gratify the other. In the meanwhile, the prisoner made such rapid improvements as astonished and delighted his youthful instructors. He was indefatigable in storing his mind with all the knowledge the best authors could impart. With returning health his memory regained its former power, and all the natural and brilliant faculties of his mind recovered their usual strength, and proved he was endowed with more than common capacity and genius. His elegant form, animated features, the serene, ensnaring gentleness of his manners, and the mild sweetness of his disposition, unfolded themselves by degrees, and endeared him beyond expression to his friends. As a curious and rare plant, guarded by the active hand, and watched by the careful eye of the gardener, raises or depresses his hopes at first putting forth its tender blossoms, till a kind and congenial season brings it to maturity, and its beauties, suddenly bursting on the sight, prove an ample reward for his fostering care, so did the heart of Roseline expand and rejoice at every proof the prisoner gave of the goodness of his disposition, and the superior excellence of his understanding. It was clearly visible to Edwin and to Albert that a mutual passion united the prisoner and Roseline, while every fleeting hour served more and more to endear them to each other. Edwin, already entangled in the toils of hopeless love, and enduring all the pangs of despair and apprehension, trembled for the fate of a sister for whom he felt an uncommon degree of fraternal affection, but to whom he could not prevail on himself to mention a subject so delicate and distressing. The prisoner made no attempt to conceal his ardent love for Roseline. It was an effort as far beyond his comprehension as his power, and, though he made no formal declaration, every word, look, and action betrayed the situation of his heart. Of the world he was totally ignorant. Of marriage he had not even thought, that being a subject on which they had never conversed, and his own situation, desperate and hopeless as it was, now seldom engaged his attention. Roseline, and Roseline alone, engrossed his every idea. While he saw her smile, and heard the sound of her voice, he was contented and happy; and, when she was absent, the wish of rendering himself more worthy and better able to converse with her, stimulated him to pay unremitting attention to his own improvement, and the instructions he received. But had he been assured he should see her no more, he would have sunk into the same apathy and indifference for life and its enjoyments from which her kindness had drawn him. After Madeline had left the castle, and before the return of Sir Philip, Edwin, at the utmost risk of discovery, which would have involved him and the object of his regard in danger and difficulties, prevailed upon her to grant him several interviews in the chapel of the nunnery. One night, Albert, having agreed to accompany him through the subterranean passage, the trembling nun met them at their entrance, and, seated near the tomb which concealed the door, listened to the vows of her lover. Equally reluctant to part, they sat longer than usual, and heard footsteps in the chapel. Madeline rightly concluded it was one of the friars come to say mass for the soul of a nun lately dead. When the ceremony was ended he departed, and, as the door closed after him, the resolution of Madeline revived. She knew if they had been discovered, even the life of Edwin would not be secure, and that she should instantly be compelled to take those vows from which there was no release but death. Her own imprudence, and the danger to which her lover was exposed, struck so forcibly upon her mind, that after he left she could scarcely acquire courage to return to the nunnery, and, as she passed the awful and silent receptacles of the dead, she was almost led to think she heard a friendly voice warn her never again to be guilty of so sacrilegious a crime. She glided quickly by the grave of the nun who had been interred but a few days, and even imagined she could perceive the earth move. She had no sooner reached the cell, into which she hurried without daring to look to the right or the left, lest she should see the frowning spirit of some departed sister, than she fell on her knees, and earnestly entreated forgiveness of the Holy Virgin. The next morning, far from finding her terrors abate, they feigned still greater ascendancy over her mind, by hearing that Father Anselm had been making inquiries about some footsteps he had observed in the chapel when he went to early prayers. Recollecting the unguarded warmth of Edwin's temper, and the eager tenderness with which, in an hour of yielding softness, he prevailed upon her to indulge him with these stolen interviews, she was fearful of acquainting him that it was her determination to grant no more. She wrote to her friend Roseline, and entreated her to persuade her brother not to make any attempts in future to see her in the chapel; but to them she left the power of procuring as many opportunities as possible of meeting without danger. She sincerely lamented being obliged to deprive herself of the company of a lover to whom she was tenderly attached, and for whose sake she was becoming an unwilling votary in the service of her God. This letter was instantly communicated to Edwin by his sister. He could not at first be easily reconciled to a measure so repugnant to his feelings; but Roseline added her entreaties to those of Madeline, and, pointing out the necessity of it, he became more willing to observe the greatest caution, and to practise the most rigid present self-denial in order to secure his future happiness. She reminded him that it was now 4 months before Madeline would enter on her year of probation, previous to which something might happen favourable to their wishes, observing that their mother could at any time prevail upon the abbess to grant Madeline leave for visiting the castle. These arguments had so much effect that Edwin promised his sister to make no farther clandestine attempts to see her friend till all other means were rendered impracticable. It happened about this time that Roseline was prevented, by a slight indisposition, from visiting the prisoner for 4 or 5 days. At first his alarm and distress were unspeakable. It was scarcely possible to convince him that it was owing to ill health he did not see her, and his restless impatience would have now betrayed the secret of his heart, had it not before been discovered. He neither ate nor slept. All his spirits forsook him. The sun was no longer admired, the moon and stars were deprived of their lustre. He wished to shun the light, and, had all nature been lost in universal chaos, it had been a matter of indifference now he saw not Roseline. He wondered what he could have found to admire in any thing with which she was not connected. Albert observed his master was very busy with his pen, and, in removing a portfolio from his writing table, papers containing the following sonnets dropped on the floor. He read and copied them, and gave them to Edwin the next time he saw him. Though they were written by one who had never drank at the Parnassian font, love had given such pathos to the language of taste and nature, that he was charmed, and could not prevail on himself to withhold such a treasure from his sister, to whom in justice they belonged, and who, like another Iphigenia, had in a manner raised a phoenix from the same inanimate materials of which a Cymon had been formed. Roseline, as she read the interesting proofs of genius and affection, which she wanted not to convince her she was sincerely beloved, shrunk from the agitated and trembling feeling of her own heart, which too well informed her he had nothing to fear from not meeting an equal return of regard. Absence has been as painful to her as it had proved to the prisoner, whom love had taught a lesson equally charming and delightful. Sonnets to Roseline. Sonnet the First. Ah, what to me are birds or flowers, the sun's most radiant light! I pine away the lingering hours, and sigh for endless night. Come, Roseline, sweet maid, on roses born, sweet as thyself, unguarded by a thorn. Sonnet the Second. Fair Roseline, why didst thou chase the gloom which late enveloped my benighted mind? Why didst thou snatch me from a living tomb, to sigh my hopeless sorrows to the wind? Why was I caught in love's bewitching snare, believed thee gentle, tender, kind, and fair? Now thou art absent, my desponding soul has lost its wonted powers in sad despair. Reason no more my passion can control, joy flies with thee, and nought remains but care. The blessings thou hast given no more have charms, and my racked mind is torn with wild alarms. With soothing words thou didst my cares beguile, taught me the page of learning to explore, banished despondence with a gentle smile, then left me solitary, sad, and poor. Wouldst thou return, and to my prayer incline, methinks a dungeon's gloom would be divine. If I no more thy beauties must behold, death soon will free me from this painful smart. If a proud rival win thee by his gold, soon will despair and anguish break my heart. But though all cares, all sorrows should be mine, heaven shower its brightest gifts on Roseline. Sonnet the Third. No more for liberty I pine, no more for freedom crave. My heart, dear Roseline, is thine, thy fond, thy faithful slave. First taught by thee, I owned love's power, and yielded to my chain. Sigh through each sad and cheerless hour, yet bless the pleasing pain. Sweet Roseline, my heart is thine, it beats alone for thee. In pity to my vows incline, or set the captive free. Like a poor bird in his lone cage, I pine and flutter round, sullen and sad in fruitless rage, yet still in fetters bound. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Volume 1, Chapter 8 of Bungay Castle by Elizabeth Bonhote. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Thus stood matters at the castle when Sir Philip de Morney returned, accompanied by his friend Baron Fitzosbourne, who was highly gratified by the cordial and respectful reception he met with. Every one vying with each other in their endeavours to amuse him, he assumed the most conciliating manners, appeared pleased and good-humoured, paid the most flattering attention to the young ladies, and bestowed the warmest encomiums on their beauty and accomplishments, at the same time admiring, or pretending to admire, the maturer graces of the mother, who had given to the world a race of women fairer than the first daughters of creation, and, to render the gift complete, had stored their minds with a fund of knowledge that could put philosophy to the blush at its own ignorance. Sir Philip assiduously courted the Baron, seemed to watch his looks, and to make it his whole study to oblige him, thought as he thought, and whatever he recommended was sure to approve. Lady de Morney, seeing her husband so anxious to please, followed his example, not doubting but he had good and sufficient reasons for what he did. She requested her children strictly to observe the same conduct, with which request they all at first readily complied, and exerted themselves to entertain their noble guest. Edwin was honoured with particular marks of his favour and approbation. He promised his best interest to obtain him promotion in the army, when he found that was the profession for which he was designed. The Baron was nearly as old as his friend Sir Philip. In fact, they had received the first rudiments of their education at the same school and under the same makers, and, though their pursuits were alike, they had been thrown into very different situations, but ever retained a pleased remembrance of their boyish friendship, and took every opportunity of keeping it alive and serving each other. The Baron, though large and robust, was neither clumsy nor forbidding in his appearance. His eyes were penetrating, he looked the warrior, and seemed formed to command and be obeyed. He was tall, and had an air of grandeur about him that bespoke the man of fashion. His voice was not unpleasing, but he was rigid and austere with his servants and dependents, and, though upon the whole they found him a generous master, as he had nothing conciliating in his manner to them, they took every opportunity of abusing him, for, though they durst not venture to speak before him, they made themselves amends when they joined their companions in the kitchen, by giving such traits of his character as not only shocked them, but made them feel with redoubled gratitude the happy difference of their own situation. Roseline, while she was compelled to treat her father's visitor with attention and respect, felt an invincible disgust whenever he addressed her and attempted to give specimens of his gallantry, which was often the case. But, if he took hold of her hand, she shrunk from his touch as she would from that of a snake, and trembled, she knew not why, if she saw him looking earnestly at her face. Edeliza laughed at and detested him. She slyly compared him with De Willows, and wondered how nature could have contrived to form two creatures so different from each other. Bertha wished to pull off his ugly great wig, and to have it stuck upon one of the towers, observing that, if his frightful face were seen from another, no enemy would ever come near them. How were they all struck with sorrow when they found he was to spend the whole summer at the castle! Roseline, with more earnestness than usual, questioned her mother as to the truth of this report, but received only an evasive answer, that the length of the Baron's stay depended on a circumstance not yet determined. "I sincerely hope, my dear madam, whatever it may be, that it will at least prove unfavourable to his continuance here. My father may, and I dare say has, just reasons for esteeming him, though no one but himself can discover them. Every one else dislikes him, and I shall most truly rejoice when he takes himself away." "My dear girl," said Lady de Morney, "consider the Baron's rank, and the dignity of his character." "I do consider them," she replied, "as the greatest misfortunes that could happen to any one, unless accompanied with good humour and humility; but I think it particularly hard that other must suffer so many mortifications, because the Baron is a great man." Again she was requested by her mother, who could scarcely forbear smiling at the seriousness of her manner, to recollect that men of his consequence could not bring themselves to act as if they were upon a level with their inferiors. "The more is the pity," said Roseline. Therefore, my good mother, it would be unnecessary for me to consider anything about the Baron's importance, since he thinks so much and so highly of it himself. But I do not see, for my part, why rank and fortune should tempt their possessors to assume so much on merely accidental advantages, or why people, distinguished as their favourites, should have a greater right to think and act as they please than those less fortunate. We were much happier and more cheerful before he came among us, and my father more indulgent." "Your father, (said Lady de Morney with the utmost earnestness,) is, I have no doubt, perfectly satisfied that he is acting right, and therefore you, Roseline, must be blameable in the presuming to call his conduct in question. I insist, as you value his and my favour, that you never again address me on this subject, and let me advise you, if you do wish to be happy, to show no disgust to the Baron, but receive his attentions with politeness and good humour." On saying this she withdrew, and left Roseline struck dumb with surprise, to form what conclusions she pleased. She knew not what to think from this unusually strange and unpleasant conversation, and could not comprehend either her father's or mother's reasons for being so much attached to any one, whatever might be his ranks, who was so little formed to excite any feelings but those of disgust in the minds of those unfortunate people whom he condescended to associate. She saw and lamented that, since the Baron's arrival, neither De Clavering, De Willows, nor Hugh Camelford came without a formal invitation from her father, while the reserve which prevailed in their parties banished all that enlivening conversation that once rendered them so pleasant. Her sisters too, the dear Edeliza and the sweet Bertha, were kept under so much restraint before this great personage, they seemed almost afraid to speak. Roseline, to shake off for a time these uncomfortable reflections, stole into the prisoner's room, in which she seldom failed to find her brother. There she lost all remembrance of the Baron, and in conversing with friends so dear to her heart, progressively recovered that native cheerfulness which was one of the most engaging features of her character. The sonnets, which her brother had so recently given her, not only served to raise her spirits, but had made an indelible impression on her mind. She smiled with something more than even her usual complacency on this love-taught poet. Of his tenderness and sincerity she could cherish no doubt. His honour and worth it was equally impossible to suspect. No one knew them better, no one estimated them so highly as herself. To suppose he could be less amiable, less deserving of her attachment, would have appeared to her a crime of the most enormous magnitude. Thus did the fond effusions of love throw a veil over the eyes of their artless votary, in order to give a fair colouring, and to reconcile her to a conduct which, in another, her prudence would have taught her to condemn. But thus it is with too many erring mortals. When once they become the hoodwinked slave of any predominant passion, they are not only regardless of the world's opinion, but insensible to the secret admonitions of that silent monitor which they carry in their bosom. Roseline at first acted merely from the generous impulse of pity and universal benevolence, but in so doing she admitted a guest to dispute with them a place in her breast, which neither time, reason, nor prudence could banish thence. Our artless heroine was unfortunately the darling child of sensibility, and her mind so susceptible of the miseries and misfortunes of others, that from the moment she discovered them they became her own. What then must be the poignancy of her feelings when she reflected on the dependent, helpless, and unprovided state of a lover dearer to her than life, who dared not disclose even his name, whose blameless conduct proved to her partial judgment that he suffered unjustly, and whose virtues could alone reconcile her to herself for having risked so much on his account, and entrusted her heart to the keeping of one whose situation precluded hope, who had declared he belonged to no one, a prisoner, a stranger, without fortune or friends. Yet, think as she would, these cruel circumstances, after the strictest investigation, acted as a talisman in favour of her lover. The life which she fancied under Providence she had been the humble means of preserving, she concluded it was now her duty to render happy. Therefore, to deprive it of its value, by affecting an indifference she did not feel, was as far from her power as her inclination. Yet there were moments when she recollected, with the severest anguish, how much her brother, as well as herself, was acting in opposition to the designs and will of her parent. To deceive such parents was a thought which, in her most impassioned moments, she could not dwell upon; but love and sensibility had woven their webs so close around her heart, that she struggled in vain to disentangle herself from the bewitching snare. Sensibility, I have long thought, 9 times out of 10, proves a source of misery to the generous and benevolent, and as often is merely the boast of the ignorant, who pretend to be overstocked with the milk of human kindness, and whose feelings are equally excited by the death of a husband or a lap-dog. I am satisfied there is no blessing more earnestly to be wished for than a calm and composed resignation to the events of this life, and all its complicated concerns. It appears rather an Irishism, that to be happy we must become indifferent, but so it is. Real sensibility is of all burdens the heaviest to bear. Long experience and careful observation have convinced me too painfully of this truth. 1,000 times I have shed torrents of tears, and felt the most tormenting anxiety for those who would have seen me with the most stoical apathy begging through the street for bread. The pleasures attending high-raised sensibility are so much overbalanced by the painful effects they produce, that I protest I had rather be an oak or a cabbage than alive to such ever-varying and corrosive feelings, which act upon the human mind as slow poison would upon the body. When Roseline was going to bed, the servant who attended her, and who, from having lived some years in the family, was indulged in the habit of conversing familiarly with the young ladies, determined to get rid of a kind of confidential secret which had been entrusted to her by one of her fellow-servants. "Laws, Miss Roseline, (said she,) what think you that frightful old Baron comed here for? As I live, I should not have dreamed of any thing so ludicurst." "Came for?" replied Roseline; "why he came to see my father, to be sure. What else could be his inducement for visiting this stupid place?" "Ha! ha! I thought I should pose you, miss, (cried Audrey, drawing herself up, and giggling at her own consequence.) Why, as sure as you be borned and christened, he comed here to pick up a wife, if he can meet with one to please his own superannuated meagrums; and his man Pedro thinks as how a person I could name would suit him to a T, but I thinks otherwise. Such an old frumpish piece of crazy furniture, says I, will not suit any of the ladies that belongs to the noble genitors of Bungay castle and its environs." "You may be mistaken, dame, (said the saucy fellow;) if they suit my master may suit them sure, for he is as rich as Crasus." "For heaven's sake, (said Roseline,) what nonsense have you picked up? You must not presume, Audrey, to speak of the Baron in so disrespectful a manner. If my father and mother heard you, I am not sure that you would be permitted to stay another night in the castle." "It would be a good story indeed, (resumed the talkative Abigail,) to turn away a servant for such an offence. As I have a soul, which by the goodness of Father Anselm I hope to get saved, my heart bleeds for you, miss, and I could claw out his ugly staring eyes for to think that you would be so sweet-tempered and kind and affable to your inferiors, should have to nurse his crazy old carcass. 'Tis vexing to—" Roseline had started up in her bed as soon as she found herself so strangely introduced with the Baron, and seeing that Audrey had taken up the candle in order to leave the room, gently called her back, and begged some explanation of what she had heard, which she declared herself unable to comprehend. "Mayhap you are, so much the better, (said Audrey.) Less said is soonest mended, as I have gone to the end of my line. I may be turned away if I assume to speak of the beautiful old Baron. Things will all come out in time. I can be 'spectful to my betters. They that like an old husband, let them have him. 'Tis no bread and butter of mine. Good night, miss. The Baron is a fine old Grecian, and will make his lady marvelly happy." Saying this she left the room, and Roseline was much too displeased to call her back a second time, but determined to question her still farther the first opportunity. The Baron came to the castle for a wife! It was too ridiculous to be believed; but if he did, he could not possibly think of uniting himself with her. Servants were ever prying into the secrets of their betters, or forming such stories as only very ignorant people could think of inventing. She now went to sleep, forgot the Baron, and dreamed of the prisoner, whom her fancy represented as being released from confinement, and eager, with the consent of Sir Philip, to lead her in triumph to the altar of Hymen. To the delusive excursions of the soul we will for the present consign her. But before we take leave of the inhabitants of the castle for the night, we will just take a peep into the kitchen, where around the blazing fire, spread on a hearth 4 yards wide, were seated several of the domestics, earnestly engaged in talking over the affairs of the family, each of them drawing the character of their master or mistress as the humour of the moment dictated, and giving their opinions of actions, the motives of which they knew so little, that they were just as able without a fair and candid examination. Sir Philip, it was said, was become quite proud and penurious, the young ladies troublesome, and Lady de Morney cross, whimsical, and suspicious. Suddenly the door burst open, and a young man, who had been for some time an assistant in the stables, tumbled into the kitchen, and with terror depicted on his countenance, exclaimed, "I saw it! I saw it! I saw the light with my own eyes. The ghost followed me up to the door, and then it vanished in a flash of fire. Shut the door, or it may get in." This in a moment alarmed the whole set. They all crowded round the terrified man, and with one voice eagerly inquired what ghost, what lights he meant, and when and where had he seen them. After drinking a copious draught of ale, he became able to satisfy the curiosity he had excited, and told them, as he was coming from the stables, just as he passed the gate of the inner ballium, and was within 40 yards of the south tower, he saw a light as plain as ever he had seen one in his life through one of the grated windows, and after it had disappeared a few seconds, it appeared again at a much lower window, flashed upon the wall, and smelt like sulphur. At the moment it vanished a second time, he saw something all in white, which he thought glided past him, but on looking behind him it was there also, and it had actually followed him till he fell into the kitchen. "Then, as sure as we are alive," said one of the grooms, "Thomas has seen the ghost of the lady who died for love of the young officer that was put to death in the dungeons. I have heard my grandfather say 1,000 times he must have died innocent, for he was bold as a lion till his last gasp." "Well," said one of the women servants, "I shall be afraid to stir out after dark if these confounded ghosts are again found taking their nightly rambles, and prying into everything that is going forwards." "I always knew," said another, "this castle was disturbed ever since the great clock struck 12 twice in one night, for what on earth could touch it at that time, if it had not been a spirit?" "Ah," said the third, "no doubt there have been sad doings in the castle." "Not since we came to it," replied an old grey-headed footman. "My master has practised no deeds of darkness that would bring the dead from their graves. As to what was done before our time, that can be no business of ours, and I don't see how any ghost can have a right to frighten and interrupt, either by day or night, those who were never acquainted with it." "Christ Jesus preserve us!" cried one of the maids. "I verily thinks I saw something glide past that door. Surely Father Anselm should be sent for to give them absolution. There! Did you not hear that rustling?" "I see and hear nothing," said the before-mentioned old servant, "but what I wish neither to see nor hear. You are all a parcel of superstitious ignorant fools, and if my master should once find out what cowards you all are, he would soon compel you to give place to a bolder set. Come, come, let us go to bed, and leave the ghosts to do the same." The old man led the way with a candle in his hand, and the rest followed, clinging to each other like a flight of bees, not one of them daring to be left behind; and the groom, who had really seen a light from the tower inhabited by the prisoner, was convinced he had seen a ghost that neither Father Anselm nor all the fathers in Christendom could have persuaded him to think the contrary, and so much had it alarmed him, that his terrified imagination had mistake his own shadow for the ghost following close at his heels, and it was with some difficulty he could be prevailed upon by his fellow servants to go to bed, lest he should see it again. The next morning, when Audrey went to call her young lady, Roseline requested she would forgive her for having spoken so angrily the preceding evening, and with the most winning softness begged to be informed what she meant by coupling her name with that of the Baron. Audrey, who had never before seen Roseline so much out of humour, had neither forgotten nor forgiven the affront of being prevented from disclosing a secret which she had for several days found very troublesome to keep, replied, "I couples no one. Matches are made in heaven, or in the church, or at wakes; but I think, for my part, some are made in a much worser place, and so she will think too who is tacked in holly bands with the old Baron." "But who do you think, my good Audrey, will ever be so unfortunate?" "Why will you ax me, miss? I must not speak my sentiments. We poor servants never knows nothing; but this I do know for certain, if I ever marries, it shall be to a young man, a pretty looking man, good humoured ones I loves, something like Mr. Camelford, not to an old crab, sourer than vinegar, who would not suffer me to see with my own dear eyes, nor believe with my own natural senses, a crotched paced toad, who would shut me up for life. Mayhap if I liked a better or a younger man than himself, an accident I think that might happen." "But how should the Baron find out what you thought?" "By going to a necromancer. Such old cattle are to the full as cunning as their black master, and might strike one dumb." "That, to be sure, (replied Roseline,) would be a heavy misfortune to those who were fond of hearing the sound of their own voice in preference to that of any other person." "For my part, (said Audrey,) voice or no voice, I verily think something mendously bad after all will happen to this crazy castle, for Thomas last night saw lights in the south tower, and the ghost of a young woman followed him in such a hurry, that if he had not ran as fast as a hound, it would have stamped upon his heels. It went away like a sky rocket, and the smell of sulphur almost suffocated the poor fellow, who will certainly have a paralytic stroke." Lady de Morney's bell now ringing, Audrey left the room, without having said half so much as she intended to do about the ghost, or unburdening her mind of a secret she heartily wished to reveal. CHAPTER IX. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Volume 1, Chapter 9 of Bungay Castle by Elizabeth Bonhote. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patty Cunningham. When the family met at breakfast, the Baron appeared unusually affable, and Sir Philip in high spirits. A walk was proposed, to take a view of the town, nunnery, and environs of the cattle. Roseline and her sisters were requested to be of the party, and they were very soon joined by De Clavering, De Willows, and Hugh Camelford. This little promenade was so pleasant, that it seemed to harmonize every mind, and to produce redoubled and grateful relish for the early beauties of the infant spring. Already now the snowdrop dared appear, the first pale blossom of the unripened year, as Flora's breath, by some transforming power, had changed an icicle into a flower. Its name and hue the scentless plant retains, and winter lingers in its icy veins. The Baron, who had politely offered the assistance of his arm to Roseline, which her father bade her accept, whispered some very fine things in her ear in praise of her shape, beauty, and understanding; told her it was a reproach on the taste and judgment of his sex that so charming a female had not put on hymeneal fetters. It was a positive proof of the blindness of the god of love. "Surely you forget, my lord, (replied the blushing Roseline,) that I have scarcely left off my leading strings, and am but just liberated from the confinement of the school." Age, he told her, ought not to be reckoned by the number of years, but by accomplishments and good qualities. "That kind of calculation, (said De Clavering,) would make your age, Miss de Morney, more upon a par with the Baron's." "More upon a par, you mean, added De Willows, with our first parent, Adam." "What Adam?" cried Hugh Camelford, skipping to the side of Roseline, and eagerly handing her over a little run of water they were obliged to cross. "What were you saying about our crate grandfather Atom? I have often wished to see the old poy, and trink a pottle of poor water with him from the pond in the Garden of Eden." "Why so, sir?" said the stately and mortified Baron, who felt and seemed to shrink from the contrast between the active and lively gallantry of the giddy Cambrian and the slow and cautious efforts of his own. Why? Because he must be a brave fellow to venture matrimony with the first woman he saw. How the devil should he do otherwise than take the first, when there was no other to choose? Said De Clavering. The devil, however, was even with him after all, replied the unthinking Camelford. The old boy had better have been quiet. I do not see that, said De Willows, and as the mischief was productive of some good, surely we have no right to criticize with severity that conduct which was forgiven by being so much more perfect than the creature he had created. That is as much as to say, rejoined Camelford, that when we choose to play the fool, covet our neighbour's wife or daughter, we have only to blame our own imperfect nature, repent, and be forgiven. That would be to trust our hopes of forgiveness upon a very sandy foundation indeed, said Sir Philip, as determined guilt, or a continuance in error, can have but little chance of immortal happiness. And for our mortal share of that same commodity, replied the lively Hugh, we must not trust to matrimony, I fear, as I have never heard married people found their happiness built upon a rock. This speech produced a general laugh, but Sir Philip, who was by no means pleased with the subject, said with a smile to the Baron, these young men think they know more than their forefathers. By which means, replied he, they will most assuredly entail upon themselves the mortification of knowing less. The conversation during the rest of the walk was confined to such objects as occasionally presented themselves to observation. The inhabitants of the town came to their doors to catch a look at the party from the castle. To as many as were known by the governor he spoke familiarly, as did the other gentlemen, and they concluded the Baron must be some very great man, perhaps the king himself in disguise, because he did not once condescend to address them. Roseline chatted with some young girls who came out to make their best curtseys, while the Baron thought all these attentions paid to such plebeian souls wonderfully troublesome. At dinner he scarcely spoke 5 words, and De Willows was so disgusted with his forbidding haughtiness, that the next day he presented to De Clavering the following satire on pride, saying it was a tribute justly due to the Baron for his supreme excellency in the display of that detestable feature in his character. Hell's first-born exhalation sure is pride, who, with its sister envy, would divide the various blessings to poor mortals given by the kind bounty of indulgent heaven. What at the last have kings to make them proud? A gilded coffin and a satin shroud. The lordly worm on these will quickly prey, for worms, like kings, in turn will have their day. What then is man who boasts his form and make? A reptile's meal, a worm's high-flavoured steak. The epicure, who caters like a slave, is but a pampered morsel for the grave. Envy's a canker of such subtle power, it steals all pleasure from the gayest hour. It is the deadly nightshade of the mind, with secret poison all its arts refined, and when attended by its vile relation, would spread a plague destructive to a nation. Then send these hags back to their native hell, with fiends and evil spirits formed to dwell. No more on worth let man look down with scorn, and frown on those not quite so highly born, nor, as the coaches rattle from his door, boast, like proud Haman, of not being poor. Earth's doom'd to earth, all folly there must end. Then read, and own the satirist a friend. Madeline had been invited, and obtained permission of the abbess to spend the following day at the castle. This gave additional vivacity to the lively spirits of Edwin, who, with his sister, spent as much time with the prisoner as they could steal without exciting curiosity of suspicion. Roseline gave them with some humour the ghost story as imparted to her by Audrey, and cautioned Albert against having any lights seen from the windows, lest it should be productive of such inquiries as might lead to a discovery of the rooms being inhabited. But, notwithstanding all her attempts to fly from herself, and conceal from the observing eye of love her own internal conflicts, She was almost tempted to throw aside the mask, and at once confess all her apprehensions. How were these apprehensions heightened, when, in the afternoon, her father told her in a whisper, he wished to see her in his study before the family assembled for breakfast, having some intelligence of the most agreeable nature to impart, which he hoped and believed would make her one of the happiest, as it could not fail to render her one of the most envied of her sex. Roseline trembled, turned pale, and, to the earliest opportunity of withdrawing, not daring to trust Edwin with her fears, or risk seeing the prisoner for some hours, lest her agitation should betray suspicions of she knew not what, but in which her terrified imagination confirmed all the hints her maid had given her. Marry the Baron! It was a thought so unnatural, so repugnant to every wish, every feeling of her heart, so inimical to the ideas she had formed of happiness, that it was not to be endured. She wept, wrung her hands, recollected herself, and again sunk into despondency, but at all events resolved to acquire resolution to go through the interview with her father, and give him such answers as should convince him an union with his friend, if such was the painful subject he had to communicate, would make her the veriest wretch on earth. Her heart was no longer in her own possession, but that she must not dare avow. All therefore that she could determine was, to refuse the Baron, and to love the prisoner, and him only, to the end of her life. These important points settled for the present, gave to her perturbed spirits momentary relief, and enabled her to join the family without creating any suspicion that they were unusually depressed. When, however, she followed her brother into the prisoner's room, it was with the utmost difficulty she maintained any command over her feelings. But, unwilling to alarm or distress her unfortunate lover, till necessity compelled her to acquaint him with her sorrows, the only difference her painful struggles produced was an addition of gentle tenderness to her manner, and, though she had often thought her affection could admit of no increase, yet at this moment he was, if possible, still more beloved, still more endeared by the 10,000 uncommon ties which had so wonderfully tended to unite hearts that appeared to be under the directing will of Providence. The next morning, previously to seeing her father, Roseline once more ventured to question Audrey, and so earnestly begged she would explain all she meant by the hints she had given respecting the Baron, that poor Audrey, softened almost to tears by seeing her young lady really distressed, no longer remembered her former petulance, but readily complied with her request, though in fact all she knew amounted to little more than she had already told, namely, that the Baron came to look for a wife to carry home and shut up in his old castle, that the Baron's servant had informed her he was in love with her young lady, that Sir Philip liked him for a son-in-law, and they were soon to be married. "But Christ Jesus, miss, he is such an infamy man! He would no more mind ordering one of his vassals to be thrown into a fiery furnace than my master would killing a pig; and Pedro says, he ought to have been put into the speddicle court 50 times for his intergens and fornications, for before his first wife died." "What then!" exclaimed Roseline, "has the Baron been married more than once?" "Bless your heart, miss, he has killed 2 wives already, and the Lord in his mercy shorten his days, that a third may never fall into the clutches of such a manufacturer. Miss, I would not fortify my word even to gain a gentleman for a husband, and as I have a Christian soul, which I hope Father Anselm will keep out of purgatory, I have told the truth and only the truth. You must demonstrate with your father, but don't go for to get me turned out of my place for wishing to preserve you from being led to the halter by such an old imperial taskmaster." Roseline, too much alarmed to be as usual amused with the singular oratory of her simple but well-meaning attendant, thanked her for her good wishes, and promised never to mention the information she had communicated. "Well then, bless your sweet face, I'll be crucified, but I'll municate to you all I can pick up. Pedro is marvellously keen and clever, yet he appears as innocent as the babe unborn, and for all he gets pretty gleanings and prickings out of his old master. He hates him as heartily as I hates fast days and confessions. For you see, miss, one does not like to tell tales of one's self, and, in my opinion, some of monks and father confessors don't find in their hearts any ejection to us pretty girls." Roseline, having dismissed her loquacious attendant, endeavoured to acquire sufficient fortitude to meet her father with composure, and to arm herself with resolution to withstand any attempts he might make to compel her into measures from which every feeling of her heart recoiled. She too well knew the warmth and obstinacy of her father's temper when met with opposition in a favourite plan, not to dread the contest. She now concluded, from many preceding circumstances, that the Baron was brought to the castle for the horrid purpose of becoming her husband, and unfortunately at this moment recollected with redoubled tenderness the very great difference between him and the man whom, by a chain of the most singular and interesting circumstances, she had been led to regard with a degree of affection she scarcely dared to investigate, and of which she knew not the full force. Her brother, her dear Edwin, too, had formed an attachment equally repugnant to the will and ambition of his father. The painful recollection awakened her warmest sympathy, and increased her own sorrows. "Ah!" she exclaimed, "how darkly overclouded is the prospect which a few months back seemed so bright! Well, let the tempest come, let the thunder burst on my defenceless head, I will—" Here she was interrupted by a summons to attend her father, which she instantly arose to obey; but her trembling limbs were scarcely able to support her, and she was obliged to rest several times before she could sufficiently recover herself to appear in his presence, without discovering the long and severe conflicts she had vainly endeavoured to conquer. Sir Philip, on her entering the room, eagerly arose to meet her, and either did not, or, what is more probable, would not seem to notice her confusion. He tenderly took her hand and led her to a chair, then, seating himself by her, observed with a smile that he doubted not her curiosity had been excited, and told her he would have a kiss before he would disclose the secret. "For the business," he continued, "which I have to negotiate with my sweet girl, demands secrecy." Roseline, afraid of trusting her voice, bowed in silence, but her manner shewed she was all attention. "My dear girl," said Sir Philip, "why all this apparent tremor? I hope you are, and have ever been convinced, that my first, my most anxious wishes are to see my children happy." "Then," thought Roseline, "you will not surely so much mistake the road to happiness as to propose your friend to me for a husband. Baron Fitzosbourne has solicited me to intercede with you in his behalf. Notwithstanding the greatness of his pretensions, he has even condescended to entreat I would intercede with my dear Roseline, that she will in due time permit him to lead her to the altar." Roseline, extremely agitated, made an attempt to speak, which Sir Philip observing, said, "Attend me a few moments longer, my dear. I will then give you leave to express your joyful surprise at the good fortune which awaits you. My noble friend, from the very first moment of seeing you, loved and wished to make you his own. He, like a man of honour, inquired if your heart was disengaged. I assured him it was, for I knew you too well, my dear girl, to suppose you would ever dispose of it without a father's sanction. Eager to possess a treasure which had never strayed from its own spotless mansion, he then requested my permission to become a candidate for your favour. I readily and freely gave it, and encouraged him to hope he would meet neither with caprice nor opposition. At the same time I candidly told him, that though my fortune was upon the whole considerable, yet, as my family was large and still might increase, my daughter's portions could be but small, so very small that I feared it would prove an impediment to your union. He generously overlooked this objection, and wishes only to gain your heart and hand, while the share you would be entitled to have of your father's property he requests may be given among the rest of my family, and he will make an equal settlement upon you as if you brought him a large fortune." Indeed, so noble and disinterested were his proposals, that they both gratified and astonished me. They are such as no parent could receive with indifference, no young woman refuse. The Baron has not only a princely fortune, but a princely spirit, and such unbounded interest, that my Roseline will not only secure rank and splendor to herself, but will prove the fortunate means of obtaining them for her brothers and sisters, and of making the last closing scenes of her parents' days happier and freer from care than they have ever been." Ah, thought Roseline, and her own irretrievably wretched; for among all the treasures to be purchased by this unnatural union, happiness is not included. She sighed deeply, and, without looking up, remained silent. Sir Philip, rather alarmed at the alteration in her countenance, which changed from being extremely flushed to the most deadly paleness, and observing a tear stealing down her cheeks, still appeared determined to think he should find no difficulty in overruling any little objection she might venture to make. He put one hand into hers, and the other round her waist, and again addressing her, said, he did not wonder that an offer so splendid and noble should affect and overpower a humble spirit and unassuming as hers. "I always knew the inestimable value of the Baron's friendship, and am equally sensible of the rich prize I possess in a daughter; but I never dared to cherish the grateful hope that I should live to see two persons on whom I depend for so large a portion of my happiness united, or that a child of De Morney's was to repay the noble Baron for his generosity to her father." "For heaven's sake, my dear, dear father, (cried the almost fainting Roseline,) do not thus seem to misunderstand the nature of feelings entitled to your tenderest pity. I never, never can love the Baron." Sir Philip hastily arose. Fury flashed from his eyes. Every feature was beginning to be convulsed with passion, but he struggled against the rage he wished to subdue, while she continued, "Consider my extreme youth, contrast it with the age of your friend. Can I be a fit or eligible wife for a man older than my father? Would not that be to punish most severely the man for whom, so far from loving, I have ever felt an invincible dislike, which sometimes I have thought, if he stayed much longer at the castle, would increase to aversion?" Sir Philip, who had neither expected to meet nor was prepared to encounter an opposition so determined, was no longer able to keep his passion within bounds. "Roseline, (cried he, striking his clenched fist on the table, and looking with the wildness of a maniac,) dare not presume to cherish or to avow a dislike which will not only plunge a dagger into your mother's heart, but rob you of a father. What business can a girl of your age have to like or dislike but as your parents shall direct? Give them up for ever, or accept the Baron. How will you reconcile yourself to become an alien to your family? How relish spending your days in a nunnery instead of enjoying liberty and every pleasure in the gay sunshine of a court, glittering with diamonds, surrounded by admirers, equal in rank and superior in fortune to many of our most ancient nobility? Consider well before you determine. To enable you to conquer your diffidence or caprice, 1 month I will give you. 1 month I will allow the struggles of maiden bashfulness, or the wayward humour of your sex. Yet hear at once my final resolution. If, during that period, you either alarm or disgust the Baron by your folly or ignorance, so as to make him repent the noble overtures he had made to secure an alliance with my family, or if you attempt to damp the ardour of his passion by your coldness, if at the end of that period you do not, without any visible reluctance, accept him as a lover, and promise to give him your hand, I will instantly send you into a convent of the severest order, and compel you to take the veil." Roseline, overpowered by his manner, fell on the floor in a state of insensibility. Her father now saw he had gone too far. He was alarmed, but, much as he felt himself distressed, he too well knew what he was about to call for assistance. He therefore, by the usual methods, endeavoured to recover her as well as he could, and, as soon as he saw her revive, soothed her hurried spirits with every fond attention, addressed her by the tenderest appellations, and begged her to have pity on him and on herself. Roseline, too much terrified to contend farther at that time, heard him with silent despondency, and hoped the cruel contest would be ended by her death; for, as she never before had fainted, She imagined it was a prelude to her dissolution. Sir Philip, to reconcile her if possible to his ambitious views, argued the matter with that sophistry and art which in all ages have been practised with too much success, assured her of every flattering indulgence that a youthful heart could desire, painted her future prospects in colours most likely to captivate the attention and ensnare the senses, and even went so far as to promise, till the end of the month, he would not mention the Baron's name to her again, but insisted on her receiving his attentions with complacency, and desired her not to make a confidant of any one in a matter of so much importance. He likewise informed her he had forbidden her mother's talking to her on the subject, and concluded this painful interview with telling her he trusted her gentleness, duty, and affection, would determine her to oblige and gratify her anxious and tender father in the first and most prevailing wishes of his heart. He recommended her to retire to her own room, and promised to find a proper excuse for her absence. After leading her to the door of his apartment, he embraced and left her. Sir Philip de Morney, though in many respects a kind father and a good husband, was proud and aspiring. These passions, as he advanced in years, gained additional ascendancy over his mind, and as he saw his children approaching that period when it became necessary to think of an establishment for them, he was more and more anxious to see them placed among the great. His lady, equally attached to the fascinating influence of birth and splendor, had neither inclination nor power to counteract his designs, nor to dispute with him on a point to which her own wishes tended. She was too partial, too fond of her children, not to think they were calculated to shine in the most exalted situations, and that they deserved every blessing, every indulgence which rank of fortune could bestow. She had married a man much older than herself, and was happy. Therefore she saw no reasonable objection in the difference of age between her daughter and the Baron, whose birth carried an irresistible passport to her heart. Sir Philip had talked the matter over with her, and, with that prevailing influence he had ever retained, brought her not only to consent to any measures he should find necessary to adopt in order to carry his point, but obtained a solemn promise from her to conceal from Edwin and every one else the sanguine establishment of their daughter. The fact was, Sir Philip had at different periods of his life received many favours, and some of a pecuniary nature, from the Baron, which had never been settled, and had it not been for the assistance of the Baron's purse, he must have deeply mortgaged his estates to carry on the lawsuit which, without the interest of his friend, would at last have terminated against him. It was in consequence of their unexpected meeting in town that he prevailed upon him, with some difficulty, to return with him to the castle. What ensued was so much beyond the most flattering expectations he had ever dared to cherish, that the feelings of the parent were sacrificed to ambition, and he instantly determined to carry his point, let the consequence be what it would; and, though he had observed in the whole of Roseline's behaviour to his friend convincing proofs of that dislike which she had in her interview with him avowed, yet he did not despair of gaining his purpose. He was aware that he might find some little opposition to his wishes, and therefore, to guard as cautiously as possible against disappointments, he had more than once represented to the Baron the youth, inexperience, and extreme timidity of his daughter, and the terror she would feel at being separated from a mother from whom she had never been absent. By such wary precautions as these he had prevailed upon his friend to postpone making any proposals to Roseline till he had paved the way for a welcome reception. To such a plan a lover could not make any reasonable objection, particularly one who wished to have as little trouble as possible in the gratification of his desires. Too proud, haughty, and fastidious to pay his court, or make any sacrifice to the wayward humours of a young beauty, he secretly rejoiced that her father would take the whole upon himself, and, knowing how agreeable the offered alliance was to him, he had no fears but as soon as the young lady's consent was asked, she would be happy to comply. He therefore looked forwards with less impatience than he would have done had any doubts rested upon his mind. Chapter 9. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Volume 1, Chapter 10 of Bungay Castle by Elizabeth Bonhote. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Patty Cunningham. No sooner had Roseline reached her own apartment and fastened the door, than she sunk on her knees, and having for some minutes given way to the severity of her feelings by tears and lamentations, she recovered sufficient resolution to supplicate her Maker to support and direct her in this trying hour of distress. By degrees she became more composed, and sat down to reflect on her situation with less agitation and terror. Her father had promised her, and she knew his promise would be held sacred, that she should be indulged with 1 whole month to determine whether she would or would not accept the Baron. She was already determined, but she would avail herself of the few weeks allowed her to struggle with her feelings and preserve the peace and tranquillity of her family. Besides, it was placing the dreaded evil at some distance, and that, to one so wretched, was obtaining a great deal. After the month was expired, but to that dreadful moment she had not yet acquired fortitude to look, she should still persist in her resolution. Till then she would oblige her father all she could by quietly receiving the Baron's attentions, but she was resolved not to deceive him by appearing to receive them with pleasure. Madeline came to spend the day as had been proposed. Edwin found many opportunities of renewing his vows, and of making some tender reproaches for her not seeing him so often as he wished by the subterranean passage, for which she assigned such prudent reasons, as served in some degree to quiet his apprehensions, which, however, were rather increased than abated by observing the marked and particular attention which was paid by De Willows, who, it was but too visible, cherished a growing passion in his bosom, which equally tortured Edeliza, Edwin, Madeline, and himself. Roseline generously determined not to interrupt the few hours of happiness and tranquillity which her friends seemed to enjoy by giving them the most distant hint of her own internal misery. They took an opportunity of visiting the prisoner. Madeline was received by him with the cordial affection of a brother, for she was the adopted sister of his beloved Roseline, the chosen friend of her heart. With him they partook that soft intercourse of soul which gives to the human mind its highest and most perfect enjoyment. Without fear or restraint they addressed each other in the pure and unadulterated language of genuine tenderness, indulging in the innocent and fond endearments which the sincerity of virtuous love will claim, and with which its purest votaries might comply without a blush. But how short and transitory appeared these fleeting moments, on which she thought old time had bestowed an additional pair of wings, to the agonized mind of the half distracted Roseline, who, notwithstanding her father's prohibition, determined in the course of the month to inform her mother and brother of every circumstance that had occurred. She dreaded, more than she would to stroke of death, imparting to the unfortunate Walter (she had prevailed on Albert to tell her his Christian name) that he had a rival, who, authorized by her father, would endeavour to separate them for ever; and more, much more than for herself, she trembled for that hapless, persecuted, unprotected lover, at whose bosom fate had already aimed some of its most pointed arrows, whose life would be endangered should her partiality be discovered, that life on which her own seemed to depend. His happiness, which was dearer to her than her own, rested with her only to preserve. If they must be parted, the contest could not be extended beyond the confines of the grave, and in the friendly grave they should both find shelter. The visible change which appeared the next morning in the countenance and manners of Roseline was such as those only who determined not to see could have avoided observing. Edwin, who met her as she was going to enter the breakfast parlour, eagerly cried out, "For heaven's sake, my dear sister, what in the name of ill luck has happened to you? How long have you been ill?" With tender earnestness she begged him not to mention her altered looks, promising to acquaint him with the cause the first convenient opportunity. He agreed to comply with her request, and neither Sir Philip nor Lady de Morney took any notice; and, when the Baron joined the breakfast party, every thing passed as usual. He was very attentive to his fair enslaver, who, seeing her father's eye sternly fixed upon her from the moment the Baron entered the room, dared not to repel his odious gallantry with the coldness and contempt she knew not how to suppress; but she thought it better to yield submissively to the mortifications of the present hour, in order to secure to herself the short respite from certain misery which upon such painful conditions had been allowed her. As soon as breakfast was ended, the Baron and Sir Philip ordered their horses, and rode out to spend the day at some distance from the castle. Lady de Morney withdrew to give directions respecting some domestic arrangements, and the younger part of the family retired to go on with their usual employments. Edwin followed his sister to her own apartment, and eagerly requested her instantly to relieve his mind from the anxiety he could not help feeling on her account, as he was certain something unpleasant must have happened. Gratified by this proof of his tenderness and attention to her happiness, Roseline, after a few painful struggles to suppress her agitation, and having obtained a solemn promise from her brother that, however provoked, or whatever indignation he might feel when he became acquainted with her internal and hopeless misery, he would not betray by the most distant hint that she had disobeyed the positive injunctions of her father, informed him with many tears of the Baron's views in coming to the castle. Edwin had long suspected something would arise from the frequent conferences of the Baron with his father, and the unusual reserve of his mother. He had likewise observed, with some degree of surprise, the very flattering and uncommon attentions paid to their noble visitor. He therefore was not so much astonished as his sister expected he would have been. He carefully avoided filling her mind with unnecessary alarms. At the moment he felt 1,000 fears on her account, and could not restrain his indignation at hearing a tale confirmed, which appeared too absurd almost to be believed. He tenderly embraced, and vowed to protect her from such cruelty and oppression, should his father continue obstinately to insist on giving her hand to a man she disliked. He had long known her extreme partiality for the prisoner, which, though he could not approve, his own clandestine engagements with Madeline prevented his attempting to condemn. They had innocently and mutually assisted in bringing each other into situations which threatened them with many sorrows. They must now, in this trying moment, as resolutely determine to extricate themselves and those they loved from distresses which otherwise would in all probability overwhelm and destroy them. Edwin, at Roseline's earnest request, was to inform Walter of the dangers which encompassed them, and of the formidable rival who had appeared to interrupt their happiness; but she insisted on his concealing from him the name of that rival, begging him not to give a hint of his fortune or consequence. Eager to save her lover from feeling such pangs as she herself had endured, she entreated he would soften the sad tidings he conveyed, by assuring him he had nothing to fear from herself, as her affection was equally tender and sincere. When Edwin had imparted the unwelcome news to the prisoner, though he observed the strictest caution, and worded the heart-wounding communication in language best calculated to soothe and quiet those tormenting apprehensions to which it would unavoidably give birth, the effect it had on the unhappy sufferer was dreadful. His agonies disclosed to the astonished Edwin the strength of an affection which, while it alarmed him, demanded the utmost pity, and at that moment, had he possessed the power of disposing the hand of his sister, he would sooner have presented it to his unfortunate friend than to the greatest monarch upon earth. Roseline dared not venture to see him for several succeeding hours, and no sooner were his watchful and impatient eyes gratified by her entrance into his solitary apartment, than he hastily arose, and, throwing himself at her feet, almost inarticulately entreated her to pronounce his doom. "Tell me, (cried he,) if you, my only earthly treasure, must be wrested from me for ever? If I must not longer hear the soft music of that gentle voice, sweeter and more melodious than celestial music? I can die without reproaching, but I cannot exist without seeing you, and I will never live 1 hour after you have given your hand to another. Madness and torture are united in that thought. Let us fly, let us leave this horrid castle. The world is all before us. Love shall be our guide. Surely we can find one little sacred spot that will shelter us from persecution and tyranny. If not, we can wander, beg, and at last die together." "Have patience, my generous, my beloved Walter, (cried the weeping Roseline.) I yet trust we shall not be reduced to the hard, the degrading necessity of taking such desperate and improper steps to preserve our faith unbroken. Be assured of this, and endeavour to rest satisfied with a promise I will ever hold sacred, that, while you continue the unrivalled possessor of my heart, only actual force shall compel me to give my hand to your rival; and I think I may venture to say, if I know any thing of my father's disposition, unkind as it appears at present, he will never go to such unwarrantable and unnatural lengths to gratify an ambition I never suspected had found place in his mind." "Ah, (said the prisoner,) you little know, you cannot suspect to what lengths pride and ambition will carry unfeeling people. I am their victim, and if I thought you were to suffer as I have done—" "Attempt not to think about it, (interrupted Roseline.) Consent then to escape this very night. If we stop to deliberate we are lost, we are separated for ever. You know not what such love as mine, when called into action, and blessed with liberty, would enable me to do to preserve a treasure so dear and estimable. Albert would go with us. With his direction and assistance, surely we could procure sufficient from the bowels of the earth to support you in ease and plenty, if not in affluence." The entrance of Albert luckily put an end to a conversation which was become too tender and painful for Roseline any longer to have kept up that appearance of composure which was absolutely necessary to quiet the tormenting apprehensions of her lover. She therefore immediately availed herself of the opportunity to quit his apartment, and retired to her own. Within rather less than a week after Roseline's interview with her father, the alteration which took place in her was such as could not pass unobserved, but it was wholly imputed to indisposition. She became much thinner. The rose of health was fled from a countenance no longer marked with animation. She had no spirits, and was seldom seen to smile. Even the playful fondness of her sister Bertha ceased to interest or entertain her. Lady de Morney, who was a tender mother, became alarmed, and imparted her fears to Sir Philip, who endeavoured to laugh her out of them. "The poor child, (said he,) is only a little mother sick. She is pining, I suppose, at the thoughts of leaving mamma. You must therefore take no notice, for I so well know that softness of your disposition, that a few tears will mould you to her own wayward purposes, and deprive you of all your resolution. The unfortunate girl will, to be sure, be sadly hurt at becoming a baroness, and being placed in a situation to which even the proudest ambition of her parents could not have aspired. We therefore have only to remain silent spectators for a time, and leave the natural vanity of her sex, united with the sanguine wishes of youth, to operate for themselves. We will invite company to the castle. I mean to give a ball in compliment to the Baron. Roseline will reign queen of the ceremony. Assailed by flattery, softened by music, exhilarated by exercise, she will forget to sigh in the midst of gaiety, and cease to disapprove the Baron, when she begins to feel that consequence which the being noticed by a man of his rank will give to her." "Let us then try the experiment as soon as possible, (replied Lady de Morney,) for I cannot help thinking, unless some change takes place for the better, our sweet Roseline, instead of bridal finery, will want only a winding sheet, and that she will be removed from the castle to her grave." Sir Philip was displeased. He instantly left the room, in order to avoid returning an answer which he well knew would have been succeeded by an altercation with his wife. She saw he was angry, and therefore, though she was extremely anxious on her daughter's account, she determined for some time to remain a passive observer, let what would be the consequence. But she did not experience that serenity of mind at forming this resolution which she had done on some former occasions, when she had sacrificed her own will to that of her husband; for, aspiring as she was by nature, and much as she was always attached to the gaudy trappings of grandeur and the alluring sounds of title, She felt the life of her daughter, when put in competition with them, or even the throne itself, was of infinitely more importance. De Huntingfield was at this time absent from the castle. Elwyn very seldom mixed with his brother officers; therefore De Clavering, De Willows, and Hugh Camelford, were often left to mess by themselves, the Baron not appearing to like being much in their society. They were too young and too pleasing in his opinion, and as he could not help sometimes making comparisons not much to his own advantage, it was natural for him to think the young ladies might do the same. As the three gentlemen were returning from a walk, they saw the Baron, Sir Philip, his son, and daughters, going out for one. Observing the apparent reluctant step and pale countenance of Roseline, as she walked by the side of her stately and venerable lover, and having picked up some hints which had been dropped at different times of the projected alliance, De Clavering with some little indignation exclaimed, "It will never do. I see it will never do. The girl's spirits are too low, her uncorrupted mind too pure, and her stomach too weak, to digest so much pride and acid as that old fellow had in his composition. His love seems to have operated on her feelings as being so nearly allied to misery, that she has already caught the infection, and I wish in the end it may not prove an incurable disease. Upon my soul I do not wonder at it, for he acts upon my nerves like a torpedo, or rather as the Greek fire did upon our enemies, exciting both fear and indignation." "By heaven, (said De Willows,) the folly and ambition of parents in respect to their children are, in my opinion, the most unaccountable of human absurdities. They form plans from their own passions and feelings, and then expect that young people can adopt them at their command without making any allowance for the material difference between the sentiments, opinions, and inclinations of 19 and 60. Suppose we all talk to the governor, and toss the Baron into the river. A good talking might drive all the flames and darts of love out of his body, and restore the poor girl from the grave to which the doctor is for sending her like a dog, without giving time for Christian burial." "To argue or contend with such characters," said De Clavering, "would be like opposing a fiddle against thunder, or a squirt against a cataract in Switzerland." "Then, on my soul, (replied Camelford,) you must take the Baron's party into your own direction. With your regimen, and a few of devilish experiments, you will, God willing, soon dispatch him and his love into another world." "That indeed, Hugh, would prove an effectual cure; but in respect to the Baron, it would not be quite so easily accomplished, for I look upon him still to possess a constitution that would set physic and even the doctor himself at defiance. He seems formed to wrestle sturdily with death before he will be vanquished, or yield the contest." "If you can once lay hold of him, and give him some of your pills and potions, he would soon be glad to give up the coast." "What then, (said De Clavering,) you think me more dangerous than love? That little, subtle, and revengeful god will one day bring you upon your knees before his shrine for the affront put upon his all subduing influence." "He had better let me alone, (replied the Cambrian.) I am not so blind as his divine highness, and will never worship any cot but the great cot of heaven. Ethelisa has taught you better, De Willows. That girl's tell-tale eyes betray that love has been busy with more than one person." De Clavering laughed at this unexpected attack upon his friend, who felt a painful consciousness that Camelford had more reason for his observation than he wished, the partiality of the artless Edeliza being too visible to be longer mistaken. On his own part, he had from the first seeing Madeline cherished an increasing affection for her, while her uniform and unaffected coldness, with the preference she had shown to another, too well convinced him he had nothing to hope. Neither could he any longer affect to be blind to the mutual attachment which subsisted between her and his friend Edwin, the latter having made no attempt to deny it, but, being satisfied of the honour of De Willows, had in part entrusted him with the wishes he determined to encourage, notwithstanding the unsurmountable obstacles that appeared to preclude the most distant ray of hope. "That same love of which you are thinking and talking, (said De Clavering,) has so many devilifications in its train, I am determined to have nothing to do with it till it becomes more rational, and can be reduced into a regular system, by which we poor short sighted mortals may find directions how to act, without exposing ourselves to ridicule or disappointment. I am inclined to think I shall one day or other be tempted to marry, but it shall be to a woman who will take care to keep such earwig sort of fellows as you at a proper distance. You tell fine tales, all are smoothness and deceit, like a snail can give a gloss to the path you crawl over, and then leave such traces of your deceptive and invidious progress as cannot be concealed. Let the subject of your next satire, De Willows, be the male flirt, an animal more dangerous than a tiger." "Why so?" asked De Willows, determined not to apply the hint, which he well knew was designed for him. "Can there," said De Clavering, "be found a character more deserving satire? A thing that borrows the form of a man to disgrace the name, an adept in mean stratagems and mischievous deceives, insensible to the admonitions of conscience, well versed in all the practices of refined cruelty, working like a mole in the dark, in order more effectually to ensnare the useful heart of unsuspecting innocence, and that merely to gratify the vicious vanity of the moment, and after he had sacrificed the health, happiness, and perhaps the life of a young woman, who by her tender nature he has beguiled of peace, he laughs at her credulous folly, and boldly declares he had never any thought of making her his wife. That there are such men, who, under the sacred semblance of honour, can act thus despicably, I have, in the form of one once dear to me as life, unhappily experienced, and from that moment I became the friend and champion of the sex, and in bold defiance to all such deceivers I throw down my gauntlet." "How, in the name of Cot, came you to be so valiant, (cried Camelford,) as to think of fighting tools for other people's pranks?" "Because many of the fair sex are too gentle to vindicate themselves, too artless for suspicion, and too lovely to fall a sacrifice, without arming the hand of courage to avenge their injuries. For I think the man who can trifle with the peace of a fellow creature may be justly compared to one of the exhalations of hell, sent to destroy and lay waste the small portion of happiness allotted to our mortal pilgrimage." "You are warm, (said De Willows, confusedly.) Perhaps I have undesignedly given you pain, without knowing I interfered with the wishes or pretensions of any one. On my honour I never had any; but on a subject so important I cannot speak coolly, or canvass it with indifference. I will be frank, and I own I admire Edeliza, and, were her heart as much in my power as I fear it is in yours, no man with impunity should wrest it from me." "Well said, my prave toctor, (cried Camelford.) Little Tan Cupid must next take care of himself, or you will be after dissecting his courtship; and, though the poor cot is as blind as a peetle, you will be for couching his eyes till he can see as clear as yourself." A servant came to invite them to sup with the governor and his party, which luckily put an end to a conversation that was become unpleasant. It made De Willows rather uncomfortable and small in his own opinion, and compelled him to reflect more seriously on the subject than he had ever done before. Of Madeline it was folly to think any longer. If Edwin, who was beloved, dared not hope being blessed with her hand without the interference of a miracle, what chance could there be of his succeeding, for whom she felt only the coldest indifference? He determined to take his heart severely to talk, but it was impossible for him at that moment to tell how he should dispose of a heart which had received so many wounds that it scarcely retained any of its native mutilated form. But, on a more serious examination, he found a something lurking in it that made him feel very reluctant to give up his pleasant and interesting intercourse with the tender and artless Edeliza, which long habit had rendered more necessary to his happiness than he was aware of. CHAPTER X. Recording by Patty Cunningham. Volume 1, Chapter 11 of Bungay Castle, by Elizabeth Bonhote. Is in the public domain. The design of Sir Philip in giving a ball was this evening made known, and the next day messages were sent out to invite the company for that day week. Preparations were instantly begun, and new dresses ordered. Madeline and Agnes de Clifford obtained leave to be of the party, and several of the inhabitants of Bungay were highly pleased by receiving invitations. Roseline, on whose account as much as the Baron's it was given, was the least gratified. Any scene of cheerfulness to her was become a scene of misery. Her spirits depressed her mind, itself a chaos of contending passions, could not admit a single ray of hope or comfort to chase away the gloom which there prevailed. She no longer felt either pleasure or consolation in her stolen interviews with her beloved Walter, which once afforded her such indescribable satisfaction. They now saw each other with a tender despondence, which served to deprive them of that resolution which could alone support them in those trials which no longer appeared at a distance, and Roseline, sinking under the burden of her own sorrows, felt herself totally unable to share in those which equally overpowered her unfortunate lover, from whose prison she never went, but he concluded it was the last time he should be indulged with seeing her. Walter heard of the ball, which was to be given in compliment to his rival, with that kind of contempt and trembling indignation which a brave officer feels at seeing some upstart stripling stepping over his head to preferment, and, by dint of mere advantageous events, obtaining authority to lead those whom he dare not have followed. It has always been said that the sincerest love could not exist without hope. In this instance, however, the assertion did not hold good, for, though hope was lost, love maintained its empire, and, environed with despair, lost none of that tender energy which had united two hearts under circumstances the most alarming and distressing. The conduct of Sir Philip de Morney surprised all those who were let into the secret of the projected alliance. The Baron's pride appeared to have infected him with a mania of the same kind, and the unpleasant change it produced was not more inimical to the happiness of others than he soon found it proved to his own. He was now seldom greeted with the smile of affection. He saw looks of distress, and heard the sigh of discontent vibrate on his ear, and, whilst he condemned the obstinacy of others, determined resolutely to persevere in his own. How much it is to be lamented that with all the knowledge he acquires man knows so little of himself! How astonishing that a sudden and unexpected change in his prospects or situation should instantaneously work so unaccountable a revolution in his feelings, that he scarcely retains any recollection of his former dispositions! And still more strange it appears, that, while adversity serves to exalt the mind and purify the heart, prosperity should harden and debase them. About 40 of those who had been invited to the ball returned answers that they would do themselves the honour of accepting the invitation. Roseline became so much changed in her looks, appearance, and manner, that at length the alteration struck the Baron, and he mentioned it to Sir Philip. This produced a second warm altercation between him and Roseline, which ended as the former had done, namely, in the want of resolution, strength, and spirits, on her part, to contend longer on a subject so painful to her feelings, and so inimical to all her hopes and happiness; for Sir Philip now insisted, and that with a degree of unfeeling ferocity, that she should give her hand to the Baron within 10 days after the month was expired, which he had so foolishly allowed her perverse folly and caprice. Of this interview Roseline said nothing to her brother or the prisoner, but felt that her fortitude deserted her as time stole away, and, with the deprivation of health and spirits, threatened to leave her an uncontending and helpless victim to the authority she began to doubt having power to resist. Still she determined, if dragged by force to the altar, she would resolutely and openly before its sacred font declare not only her unwillingness to become the wife of the Baron, but her repugnance and aversion to the monastic life. At length the anxiously expected, the long wished for evening arrived, and produced an assemblage of as much elegance, grace, wit, and beauty, as had ever been collected together in so confined a circle. From the social town of Bungay, some very lovely young women made their first appearance at the castle, decorated to the utmost advantage, and justly entitled to dispute the palm of beauty with many found in the higher ranks. On this occasion, it is not to be doubted but they cherished hopes that their charms would conquer some of the young officers appointed to guard the fortress, on which the safety of themselves and the town depended. From the earliest ages of the world the old adage prevailed, "None but the brave deserve the fair," while the military dress, shining sword, and becoming cockade, were ever found useful auxiliaries in assisting their wearer to find easy access to the female heart. When dancing was ordered to begin, the Baron, arrayed most superbly, took out Roseline, and led her to the upper end of the room. De Willows followed, leading Edeliza, who was dressed in the most becoming and captivating style, and looked so enchantingly beautiful, that he wondered he had ever beheld her with indifference, or preferred another. Her expressive eyes told a tale so correspondent to the feelings of his own heart, as completed its conquest, and the captivity was found so pleasing and easy, it never afterwards wished to regain its freedom. Edwin danced with the gentle Madeline, Hugh Camelford with Bertha, and the rest of the party disposed of themselves as their vanity or inclination prompted. The dancing was begun with avidity and spirit, which some very excellent music served to heighten and keep up. The Baron not ungracefully exhibited his well-dressed person, and this great personage had the satisfaction of seeing that the eyes of the company were chiefly fixed upon him who had procured them this unexpected indulgence, a circumstance unusual in an age when expensive pleasures were confined to the higher ranks of life, and by that means less coveted by those in inferior stations, which certainly tended to the good society in general, as it served to render all parties contented with their lot. We now often see, with pity and regret, if young people are thrown by chance into a walk of life some degrees higher than their habitual one, they seldom know how to return to their former humble path without discontent and regret, which will too often lead them to sacrifice virtue and every real good for the frivolous nonsense of the dress and the parade of ceremony, while to obtain the enjoyment of pleasures destructive to time and real happiness, they will give up their peace of mind, not repent the poor bargain they have made, so long as they can live in style. Some few pitied, but a far greater number envied Roseline for having made so important a conquest, and were surprised to see how little she was animated amidst the exhilirating scene of gaiety and splendor, wholly occupying the attention of one of the first barons in the kingdom, whose smile by most people would be reckoned an honour, and whose frown among many was destruction, from which there was often no appeal. Every rarity that could be procured was set before the party. Hospitality and festivity went hand in hand, and to a careless and uninterested spectator it would have seemed that universal happiness prevailed, but it was far otherwise. Happiness is seldom found amidst a crowd. In the more retired scenes of serene unambitious enjoyment we have a much better chance of finding that rara avis, and of retaining it in our possession, if possible to be found. Sir Philip de Morney was tormented with fears that the obstinacy of his daughter would disappoint his ambition, while the tenderness of her mother had so far subdued the influence of her pride, that to see her daughter restored to her former health and spirits, she would gladly have yielded up the honour of an alliance with the Baron. The artless and unaspiring Roseline, before she was brought into notice by the proud attentions of her noble admirer, was a far happier being than she found herself at the moment she was looked up to as an object of envy. But the simple dress she had been accustomed to wear was more conformable to her own unadulterated taste than the splendid habiliments with which she was now loaded, and which the pride or design of her father had procured to throw a veil over her senses, and tempt her to purchase those still more brilliant at the expense of her peace. Yet, notwithstanding all the fascinating allurements with which she saw herself surrounded, the court, adulation, and respect paid to her,
the eagerness of the company to obtain a share in her notice, her heart remained with Walter, the unknown stranger who belonged to no one, who was without fortune, and deprived of that freedom which is the birthright of the poorest peasant. Nevertheless Walter, in a gloomy and solitary prison, was an object more captivating and far more valuable in her eyes than the lordly Baron in a stately castle. When they had danced about half an hour after supper, the Baron apologized to Roseline for withdrawing to make some alteration in his dress, which he found unpleasant. She felt herself gratified by this temporary absence, and took the opportunity of chatting with some of her young companions. Deeply engaged in conversation with Madeline and Agnes de Clifford, she did not observe that her father was suddenly called out of the room, and requested by the servant in a whisper to hasten with the utmost speed to the apartment of his friend. Too much surprised to inquire the cause, he instantly obeyed the summons. On his entrance, I will leave my readers to guess how much he must have been alarmed and shocked at seeing that friend extended on the floor, with every appearance of death on his countenance. After trying various methods to recover him without effect, he ordered one of his people to call De Clavering to his assistance, who, by some powerful and proper applications, soon produced signs of life, but it was nearly an hour before any of sense returned. He neither seemed to know where he was, nor why he saw so many people about him. At length, however, he recovered his recollection, said he had been very ill, but found himself better, and requested to be left a few minutes in private with Sir Philip de Morney, whom he beckoned to sit down by the side of the bed on which he was laid. The room being cleared, and the door fastened to prevent interruption, the Baron grasped the hand of his friend, and in a hurried tone, at the same time looking around him in terror, informed him that he had seen a spirit. It stood there, pointing with his finger to a particular part of the room. Sir Philip appeared incredulous, and his looks were not misunderstood. "Believe me, (continued the Baron,) it was no delusion of the senses. I actually saw the ghost of my first wife, as surely as I now see you, and as perfectly as I ever saw her when alive. She glided out of the apartment the moment I entered it to change my dress, which I found too heavy for dancing. She looked displeased, frowned sternly upon me, and shook her head as she disappeared. Her countenance was as blooming, and retained the same beauty and expression as when I led her in triumph to the altar 20 years ago." "Surely, my lord, (said Sir Philip,) this supposed visionary appearance must be the effects of the disorder which attacked you so violently that it led De Clavering, as well as myself, to tremble for your life." "Say rather," replied the Baron, "and then you will say right. The disorder was occasioned by the terror, which in that moment indeed deprived me of my senses. If I see you at this time, then I beheld the face, form, and features of my once loved Isabella, of whom I was deprived by death in the infancy of my happiness 6 months after she had given birth to a son, of whom the same inexorable tyrant robbed me in the 4th year of my second marriage." Sir Philip found it was useless to contend with his friend on a subject in which he so obstinately persevered, and, though he was satisfied that the fright was merely the effect of disease, he thought it wisest to confine his disbelief to his own bosom, and drop the conversation as soon as possible. He insisted on remaining with him the rest of the night, and cherished hopes that by the morning this unaccountable vagary would be forgotten, or only remembered as a sudden delirium, occasioned perhaps by heat and the unusual exercise in which he had been engaged. His offer of sitting up was cordially accepted, and the 2 gentlemen agreed it would be right and prudent to say as little about the ghost as possible, Sir Philip secretly trembling lest the Baron's unfortunate whim should operate so powerfully upon his feelings as to prevent his fulfilling at engagements with Roseline. This strange circumstance occasioned so much confusion and hurry in the castle, that the party separated much earlier than they wished, and every one accounted, as their own humour dictated, for the sudden indisposition of the Baron. 1 or 2, mortified by their pleasure being so unseasonably curtailed, said the old man had better have gone to bed at 8 o'clock, or not have attempted dancing in a ball-room when he was dancing on the verge of the grave. Sir Philip, with 2 servants, sat with the Baron during the night, and in the morning De Clavering found him so much recovered, that he advised him to get into the air, as that, with moderate exercise, he ventured to pronounce would perfect his recovery, and he would have nothing to fear from a relapse, if he kept himself composed. But that same composure the Baron did not find quite so easy to acquire as De Clavering imagined. The awful appearance he had seen was not one moment from his remembrance. It still flitted before his mental sight, and his tortured mind presented only Isabella to his view. She had frowned upon him, shaken her head, and vanished with a look of anger and contempt. With this regretted and beloved wife he had passed by far the happiest moments of his life. She was the first and indeed the only woman he had really loved, notwithstanding the world had unjustly branded him with being an unkind and morose husband. It had in the respect dealt by him with the same injustice it had done by 1,000 others. The delicate frame of Isabella was wasting in a rapid decline from the moment she became a mother. He had adored her, and watched her as his richest treasure during the first months she had lingered with him, after presenting him with a son. She expired in his arms, and the severest pang she felt was being torn from them for ever. Why should she rise from the grave? Why should she frown upon him, who had loved her so sincerely? He could neither comprehend nor reconcile to his feelings. With his second wife he had lived several years, but all the happiness he had found in the course of them was not to be compared with that which he had enjoyed with his gentle Isabella in the short time he had been indulged with the pleasure of calling her his own. By the second lady he had several children, and it was the death of an only surviving son at the age of 16, on whom she had doted with an almost unpardonable fondness, which had occasioned her own. Having thus been deprived of 2 wives, and bereaved of his children, without having any near relations for whom he felt those prevailing and powerful affections which could lead him to practise self-denial on their account, he justly considered himself at liberty to endeavour to find happiness in the way to which his ideas of it were annexed, and therefore made the choice of the daughter of his friend Sir Philip to share his fortune and inherit such a part of it as he should find her worthy to possess, if she did not bring him those who would have a more rightful claim to it. He had no sooner recovered the shock and terror which he had so awfully and unaccountably experienced, than he determined to persevere, and accelerate all the necessary preparations for the completion of his marriage. He was now eager to quit Bungay castle, and to return with the most convenient speed to his own, as he could not entirely divest himself of apprehension that he might receive another unpleasant visit from his Isabella, whom, much as he had sincerely loved and admired when living, he did not now wish should leave her grave to interrupt those pleasures which he anticipated from the nature of his present engagements. Sir Philip, who from the first had suspected the Baron's alarm and subsequent terror to have originated from a more natural, however unaccountable, cause, than that to which he so obstinately imputed it, made all the inquiries he dared risk, without giving his reasons for so doing; but, notwithstanding his most artful endeavours, the mystery remained unexplained, and he was obliged to leave it to time or chance to develop. End of Volume 1.